Recording in progress.
Creation. Honorable members and guests, could we please take our seats so that we can get started? Thank you very much, colleagues. Could you please take your seats? All right. I think we had a very good morning session, and now I wouldn't want to call it the graveyard shift because we're not that late in the day as yet. I know everybody has had a nice lunch, but there's work to do. So it gives me pleasure this afternoon, honorable colleagues, to call upon the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, the Honorable Dean McPherson, who will now present to us on his department's priorities. Honorable Minister, you have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. I always get the warmest welcomes in the NCOP. Let me acknowledge the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the Deputy Chairperson, Honourable Ministers, Premiers, members of the Executive Council, Deputy Ministers, Mayors present, Honourable members of the NCOP. We wish to express our heartfelt appreciation for the opportunity afforded to us to present on the subject of building South Africa by turning it into a construction site through infrastructure development. The NCOP is an important seat of debate in our democracy, which deepens our democratic dispensation, particularly through the lens of our 9 provinces. We are enthused to stand here to account and also to unveil the Government of National Unity's ambitious program of action to achieve economic inclusive growth by implementing the National Infrastructure Plan. House Chair or Deputy Chairperson, since my appointment to this portfolio roughly 7 weeks ago, we have publicly declared our determination to use infrastructure to reignite and revitalize our economy and create jobs throughout South Africa. We have spent the past 50 days crisscrossing the country, engaging with stakeholders in the public and private sector and within various spheres of government, and through entities of the state to drive a common vision on the pivotal role of infrastructure as a contributor to GDP, but also in job creation. This is now our daily obsession and what motivates every waking minute for us. The Labour Force survey for Q1 in 2024 revealed that the construction sector employs around 1.2 million people, which in percentage terms is around 7.25% of the population. This underscores the critical role of infrastructure as a catalyst for faster and more inclusive economic growth. However, at the same time, we know that the unemployment rate has reached historic levels in our country, something with which the Government of National Unity is sharply focused on bringing down dramatically. This is what the government must be judged against as a measure of success. Any idea, policy, or decision that is not evidence-based and does not aid in bringing down unemployment should be immediately discarded. This is why we have to expand the role and size of the construction industry to ignite economic growth that will create jobs and improve the lives of our people. It is well proven worldwide that where investment in infrastructure increases, it has a positive spillover effect into other industries which help create jobs. It is our view that infrastructure-led growth through investment does and will lead to lower unemployment and a more prosperous South Africa. In this regard, the department has a mandate of coordinating all public infrastructure development in South Africa. The department is also the custodian of the Infrastructure Development Act and the Infrastructure Fund. Through Infrastructure South Africa, the department guides infrastructure investment and monitors the implementation of the National Infrastructure Plan in line with the NDP. This is why one of my core focuses remains around moving forward the position of Infrastructure South Africa as a central point of contact for strategic infrastructure planning, infrastructure development, and alignment in the country. ESA is at the heart of our infrastructure revolution drive through packaging projects for investors and monitoring the implementation of the project pipeline. Because it is the intention of the GNU to turn the country into a construction site with the implementation of infrastructure projects and attracting targeted infrastructure through investment. The Infrastructure Development Act empowers the South African government to gazette strategic infrastructure projects, or SIPs as we call them, which receive special attention to ensure their timeous approval and execution. I'm aware of how ESA has, at one of these SIPs, helped cut down the turnaround time for approvals from 180 days to just 30 days. This is the kind of work we need to see replicated nationwide. The 50 gazetted SIPs include infrastructure investments in critical networks such as dams, ports, roads, rail, and bridges. 2 weeks ago, we undertook a visit to the Lower Umkomazi bulk water scheme, which will address the water challenges faced by many communities in Durban and Ugu. We also visited a wind farm in the Eastern Cape. And I can tell you, honorable members, it's exciting to see shovels in the ground and teams of workers in their hard hats. We want to see much more heavy machinery and cranes in the skyline implementing our human settlements, energy, transport, water, sanitation, digital infrastructure, and agriculture infrastructure programs. We have also utilized these site visits to unblock problems because one of our important drives is to get projects completed on time and on budget. The estimated value of all of these SIPs currently is 340 billion rand. SIPs are not only transforming our infrastructure landscape, but are also creating jobs, boosting the economy, and improving the quality of life for everyone in South Africa. We remain committed to accelerating these developments to meet our national objectives. Honourable members, it's clear that the work of SIPs will help us achieve the vision to turn South Africa into a construction site and to build this country from the ground up. As the department, we have a laser-sharp focus on increased spending of infrastructure by both government and the private sector. We need to ramp up infrastructure delivery through investment, and we must tackle under-expenditure on infrastructure by creating enough capacity to manage projects and create a more viable and implementable project pipeline. It is, however, true that our Achilles heel is failing infrastructure due to poor maintenance. We have to seriously engage on this aspect and ensure that there is budget that is set aside for the maintenance of infrastructure across all three spheres of government. To this end, ESA and myself are currently charting a number of changes which we will take to government to give us the opportunity to become the leaders and implementers of government infrastructure programs so that we can better assist municipalities that are unable to deliver these projects on time and on budget. We're also working hard to conceptualize a new property asset agency that will house all of our assets, ensure that they generate revenue so that we can use public assets for public good. Practically speaking, this means we aim to make sure that state-owned assets become income generating, which in return can be used to maintain police stations, hospitals, and schools across the country. Currently, the department is the largest landowner in the country, but it has been unable to effectively utilize these assets, leading to many of our properties being invaded by illegal occupants. This has to change, and the department is already making moves to restore the value of many of our properties and buildings, such as Excelsior Court in eThekwini, where we managed to remove illegal habitants, secure the property within a few weeks, and are now looking for new uses of it. Furthermore, the rise of the construction mafia has hampered trust within the construction sector, further complicating investor confidence to invest in infrastructure projects, which can help improve the lives of the communities in which they are built. We will have to address these concerns head-on if we ever want to turn South Africa into a big construction site. Yesterday, I welcomed the work of the South African Police Service that they did in the last week to arrest 5 suspects in KwaZulu-Natal after they were found to be intimidating a construction site and trying to block it in the Msunduzi region. In the coming weeks, we will convene an urgent meeting with all public works and infrastructure MECs, as well as ministers in the law enforcement cluster, to devise a collective plan to address this criminality. Aside from organized law enforcement in the construction industry and the cooperation of different stakeholders, such as the recent announcement by the City of Cape Town, Atterbury, and Old Mutual Properties to work together to tackle construction mafia in the city, a change in policy will be necessary to ensure that we do not incentivize criminality. Throughout my engagements with the construction industry and government sectors over the past few weeks, I've learned that it is the 30% so-called set-aside rule for local procurement in any construction project, which is not found in any piece of legislation, but was a policy development under former President Jacob Zuma and is now a Treasury regulation, which has provided a gateway for the rise of the construction mafia in South Africa. Under the 30% rule, many criminal syndicates believe they are entitled to receive at least 30% of any infrastructure project as part of local procurement, and without it, the infrastructure project cannot go ahead. These syndicates will in many cases violently intimidate construction crews until they receive the 30% in cash they believe they are entitled to. It is my view that this 30% local procurement rule should be reviewed in such a manner that we are able to truly involve and empower local communities and businesses without creating the incentive or the monetization for the construction mafia. While this rule was not legislated anywhere, it has been institutionalized over time and created an opportunity for the mafia. It is imperative that we find a better way to develop and empower small to medium construction companies instead of empowering criminal syndicates such as the construction mafia, because it is actually Black-owned businesses that suffer the most under the current status quo. The department will be making further submissions in this regard over the course of the next year. Let me be clear. As a department, we will not be negotiating with criminals. Criminals can never be rewarded. It simply has to end. And when we are able to restore the rule of law at construction sites, I'm sure it will restore investor confidence to invest in our infrastructure projects. Honorable members, on Thursday, I'll be making my way to the People's Republic of China to join President Ramaphosa on an official state visit as part of the GNU's commitment to attract additional infrastructure investment into our country. To date, foreign infrastructure investment in South Africa has been lackluster, and we're working to attract additional funding. I'm committed to changing this and unlocking additional foreign investment into our construction projects. This is why I'll also be joining the Deputy President, the Honourable Paul Mashatile, at the end of September in the United Kingdom. We will be engaging with bondholders, institutional investors, pension funds, and other role players in the infrastructure funding space. Every amount will help to turn this country into a construction site, which would ultimately assist in improving our country. As part of my department's commitment to work with both the public and private sector, we will also invite participation from both public and private sectors to join our Infrastructure Development Advisory and Public Asset Management Advisory Committee. These committees form a part of a commitment that I made in July of this year and aim to provide a platform for experts to share their knowledge, strategic guidance, and to enhance our nationwide infrastructure development. The advisory committees will collaborate with stakeholders and experts to transform our country and create much-needed jobs. Experts within these fields are encouraged to apply by the end of the month. And I've said publicly that I believe that there isn't a problem in South Africa which cannot be solved with the expertise we have both in public and private sectors. And the forming of these committees is part of that solution. It's only through working together that we can bring about the change that we so desperately need. Honourable members, the Auditor General's local government audit outcomes found that not only do local municipalities underspend infrastructure grants by 3.4 billion rand, but that 61% of local government infrastructure projects experience delays, 9% experience cost overruns, and 24% have poor construction work. This highlights the urgent need to bring skills and expertise into our projects, which ESA has, and also to give the private sector the comfort that infrastructure projects will be executed on time. In March this year, ESA launched the construction book at the Sustainable Infrastructure Development Symposium, with around 153 projects published, with total capital expenditure of 159 billion rand. This is a firm commitment that this construction book needs to be drastically expanded to feed the appetite for private sector funding as we go forward. Honourable Deputy Chair, we have only just begun our work to turn this country into a construction site, which will grow the economy and create jobs. As the GNU, we have only just begun this work to create a better South Africa for all South Africans. And our department, over the past 7 weeks, has already made significant progress to energize the people who work with us and turn ourselves to becoming a service-orientated department. I look forward to unpacking some of these interventions to reform the department, to root out corruption, to expedite service delivery at a press briefing tomorrow. This is what differentiates the GNU from those political parties that want to break South Africa, because we fundamentally believe, as a department, as a government, that there is nothing wrong with South Africa that cannot be fixed by what is right with South Africa. And trust me, we will win this battle over those that want to see our country fail. The Government of National Unity indeed represents the best opportunity to turn our country into a beacon of hope, and the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is committed and energized to delivering in this regard. The question is no longer if we will turn our country into a construction site. It's just simply a question of when, because together we can build the South Africa of our dreams. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister McPherson. Colleagues, I think you'll agree with me that when we started the session, we said that the aim of this session is to coordinate the three spheres of government working together. And Minister McPherson gave us a good example of the Excelsior building, where you worked with SAPS, with the Premier, with MECs, and you were successful in that. I think that is a very good example, one of the examples that we've had since this morning. Honourable colleagues and invited guests, I would now call upon the Deputy Minister of Roads and Transport Infrastructure, the Honourable M. Slengwa, who will now do his presentation. Honourable Slengwa.
Malibongwe, igama lamakhosikazi, as we draw towards the end of Women's Month. Honorable Chairperson, once again, we convey our warmest wishes and regards to the women of South Africa and around the world for being the backbone of the struggle for freedom and democracy, and continuing to be the backbone of building an inclusive and progressive society. Honorable Deputy House Chairperson, the Chairperson of the NCOP, the Chief Whip, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, MECs, and Honorable Members of this House, good afternoon. At the outset, let me convey the apologies of Minister Creasy, but because teamwork works, I'm here. On this day, Chairperson, 96 years ago, a great South African was born, and today is the first time we celebrate his birthday without his absence. It would be remiss of me not to pay tribute to one of the towering figures of our history and the pioneers of GNU governance in South Africa, freedom and democracy, Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, who, had he been around, would have turned 96 today. We enter the work of the GNU understanding that it is also part of nation building, and it is part of taking the country forward. Chairperson, we are here today to entrench the work of cooperation, also understanding that the medium-term development plan as set out by President Ramaphosa at the opening of Parliament address was clear on the three focus areas of the Government of National Unity. One, inclusive economic growth and job creation. 2, maintain and optimize the social wage. And 3, a capable, ethical, and developmental state. It is therefore, Chairperson, an honor and a privilege for the Department of Transport this afternoon to participate in the first oversight session of the NCOP to reflect on why we are here. In this regard, we reflect on the theme of this meeting, which is towards an oversight agenda for the 7th Parliament, delineating key oversight priorities for the NCOP in the 7th Parliament. Chairperson, we have prepared a 59-slide presentation which will be circulated to members, which I will summarize now. The areas we bring to the House, amongst others, will cover the administrative roles and responsibilities between national, provincial, and local government for the road sector, including references to key legislation, policy, and technical manuals. The state of roads, the conditions of all the classes of roads across the country. 3, the overview of Operation Valazonke, the National Pothole Fixing Program. 4, the government initiatives and interventions to assist the road authorities to address their road network, including key projects and budgets. And 5, details of the monitoring, oversight, and evaluation. As you may be aware, the department's national policy trajectory is anchored in the National Development Plan, which enjoins us to invest in a strong network of economic infrastructure designed to support the country's medium and long-term objectives to achieve sustainable and inclusive growth by 2030, which ties into the MTDP. Quoting from the NDP, long-distance transport alternatives include travel by bus, taxi, private transport, air, and limited passenger services, all which we are working to resolve currently. In this context, where should scarce public resources be directed? South Africa's largest single public asset is its road network. National and provincial roads are the prime means of connecting people and moving cargo from small settlements, secondary towns to the centers of economic activity. At a replacement value of about 1.7 trillion rand, preserving it is a top priority for all of us. In the short term, before the expansion can be considered, maintenance needs to be done on local roads, and provincial roads and governments need to prevent the deterioration of this important infrastructure. To achieve this vision, we will require targeted interventions that is fully integrated across the country. Moreover, the mission of the department is to lead the development of integrated, efficient transport systems by creating a framework of sustainable policies, regulations, and implementable models to support government strategies for economic, social, and international development. Despite the above constitutional mandates of focusing on legislative and policy formulation, which is supported by regulations and strategy development with limited direct involvement in operations and provision of infrastructure and services to allow for more competitive environment and the leveling of the playing field, the department can only intervene whenever it is invited to do so, as required by Section 139, 154, and 100 of the Constitution, as is applicable to such for us. It is important to note that for any interventions on policy implementation with direct and indirect involvement of the department in operations and provision of infrastructure and services within other spheres of government, which shall be concentrated in specifically identified areas to improve governance, administration, and efficiency. To ensure the standardization and uniform approach in dealing with the various classes of roads based on functionality, the department has developed the Road Infrastructure Strategic Framework for South Africa in partnership with all road authorities as a policy response to the roads infrastructure challenges relating to road functionality, ownership, and funding requirements. The main purpose of the framework as the embodiment of roads policy is to serve as the reference point for all roads authorities in approaching the road infrastructure planning, road financing, construction and maintenance, and seeks to bridge the economic divide in both rural and urban settings by emphasizing the need to maintain good quality roads, to support the economic growth through road infrastructure while elevating the profile of the social infrastructure. To address the rapid deterioration of roads, particularly those managed by provinces and municipalities after 1994, the department has taken the following action steps. In January 2022, the department was directed to intervene, and this mandate was reinforced during the Cabinet Economic Retreat in June 2022. The department was tasked with working swiftly and collaboratively with all relevant stakeholders to combat potholes and improve overall road conditions. The Operation Valazonke program is a service delivery intervention by the department through the assistance from Central to address potholes that are riddling the South African roads. The department has arranged technical support through the centralized repository and asset management systems. This is our oversight and monitoring tool and serves to complement the on-site monitoring of our activities. The Valazonke mobile app was launched for the public to report potholes, and the Roads Authority app for the officials from the Roads Division to upload feedback and progress on the fixing of potholes. All authorities have been provided secure remote access to upload their road data into the Integrated Transportation Information System, ITIS, and this includes training in other road authorities on how to upload their own and extract relevant information. Chair, the Roads Authority mobile app solutions tools can be used through all the road authorities to capture, for example, routine maintenance, issue job instructions for potholes, guardrail and fence repairs, crack sealing, grass cutting, litter collection, amongst others. And these are all geotagged photos and electronic works that's being done. Incident capture, employment capture, and SMME employment can all be accessed through the Road Authority app. In addition to funding provided to SANRAL for the maintenance and operations of the National Road Network, provinces are assisted through the Provincial Road Maintenance Grant with the following. One, the strategic goal being to ensure efficient and effective investment in provincial roads to implement the road infrastructure strategic framework in line with the Sihamba Sonke Road Program and other related programs. The purpose of the grant is as follows: to supplement provincial investments for road infrastructure maintenance, which is routine, periodic, and special maintenance. Two, to ensure that all roads are classified as per the road infrastructure strategy and the technical recommendations for highways and road classification and access management guidelines. Also, to implement and maintain road asset management systems, to supplement provincial projects for the repair of roads and bridges damaged by unforeseen incidents, including natural disasters. And five, to improve road safety with a special focus on pedestrian safety in rural areas and urban areas. Maybe one thing one want to add here, Chair, is that we also need to develop a behavior shift in society, amongst others, to deal with the frontiers of drinking and driving, drinking and walking, which is in itself proving to be problematic. Also, Chair, we must also expand our presence on the roads, and I want to implore the NCOP to assist us in this regard to ensure that provinces are actually implementing the 24/7, 7-day-a-week, 365 visible policing on our roads, which is currently only being done by the Western Cape and the National Traffic Police. It is not just visibility during the Easter weekend in December. It has to be a year-long exercise. But of course, it does require further interventions, and I've asked the Minister that the matter be placed on the agenda for the next MINMEC. So the support in this regard will be appreciated. Chairperson, municipalities are also assisted through COCTA through the MIG, although the department does not have a mandate to construct or maintain roads. However, through the RAMS grant to assist district municipalities with planning, we do that. So all 44 district municipalities are supported through the rural road asset management systems to, amongst others, collect conditional data, collect traffic data, collect data on the condition of structures, which includes bridges and culverts as per the technical methods, and to develop a road asset management plan in line with the technical methods itself. So, Chairperson, as the transport sector, we cannot be complacent, and we must do our part in contributing to the country's economic reconstruction and recovery. This requires that we synchronize our interventions and collaborate with all road authorities, the National Treasury and the Department of Public Works, as the Minister was speaking, and the Department of COGTA, SALGA, and all other organs of state. In conclusion, Chairperson, the Minister will be communicating the delegated responsibilities to myself, but what I can say now is that on the issues of provincial roads, we will, as a department, be visiting the provinces as part of the pledges and commitments we made to this House when we presented the policy statement on the follow the money. The department is making heavy transfers to provinces. We do need to see the impact and the outcomes of that actually yielding the results that we'll be doing. So I will be, on behalf of the department, going to provinces, and we hope that we'll be able to receive the support and cooperation of the NCOP and the provinces, of course, to make sure that we meet our mandates. I conclude, Chair, by saying again and reiterating the commitment of the Minister, myself, and the department with working with the NCOP on the shared responsibilities and understanding that our competencies certainly do not only reside at national. The cross-cutting matters and issues require heightened cooperation, and it is the intention of the department to ensure compliance with the NCOP. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Slengwa Mashashe. Appreciate your commitment and your promise to work together with the NCOP to realize your core functions. And I think the coordinating of maintenance of roads and infrastructure across all spheres, including the Operation Balazonke and the ITS portal, will go a long way in terms of ensuring that we achieve those goals. And we will take seriously your plea that the provinces also come on board in terms of their 24/7 throughout the year policing, visible policing. I think that will help a long way in terms of ensuring that we reduce accidents and deaths on our roads. Honorable colleagues, and now I call upon the Deputy Minister for Water and Sanitation, the Honorable Mr. Slisloslo, to now give us his input. Thank you, Deputy Minister. Where is the Deputy Minister? We're trying to find the Deputy Minister. I'm looking around. Is the Deputy Minister not around? All right, I think we should move on. Maybe the Deputy Minister is running late. We haven't received any notification, but we will now move on to the Honorable Minister of Electricity and Energy, the Honorable Graham Murray, Deputy Minister. Okay, thank you very much, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Good afternoon, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP. I would also like to extend a heartfelt greeting to our colleagues in the Executive, the NCOP, and the representatives of local government present today. I'd also like to offer the apologies of the Minister of Energy and Electricity, who in his capacity as the Chairperson of the JET Programme is attending the Municipal JET Conference in Gauteng today, which is why he couldn't be here. It gives me great pleasure to provide you with a synopsis of the state of the energy sector in South Africa as we commence our work in the 7th administration. As you all know, load shedding and the energy crisis has played a major part in the low economic growth and ongoing poverty and unemployment that has beset our country. You will also know that we have just passed the 150-day mark of no load shedding. Okay, I thought there'd be more applause for that. In the main, that has been through the critical intervention of the President, who established the National Energy Crisis Committee in July 2022 in order to fast-track a path out of load shedding. NCOP, which is the National Energy Crisis Committee, then developed the Energy Action Plan, which had 5 key priorities. The first was to fix Eskom and improve the availability of existing electricity supply. It's clear that this has been established. Through planned maintenance, a reshuffle of power station managers, the establishment of a functional and committed board of directors, and the appointment of a new CEO, Eskom has managed to bring the electricity availability factor from where it was languishing in the 50s to well above 76%, a feat that nobody thought possible. The second priority was to enable and accelerate private investment in generation capacity. Since 2023, almost 6,500 megawatts of private generation has been added to the grid, and the pipeline of projects has grown to over 130 with more than 22,500 megawatts of capacity. Our third priority was to accelerate the procurement of new capacity from renewables, gas, and battery storage. The Eskom Standard Offer Program has been implemented with a total of 1,136 megawatts already approved, which exceeds the target of 1,000 megawatts. And the battery energy storage system is in its second phase with more than 833 megawatts emanating from phase 1. And our various RFPs have drawn a number of new projects in wind and solar, to the extent that we have too little grid now to meet the supply. The fourth priority is to unleash business and households to invest in rooftop solar. At this stage, we've seen over 5,000 megawatts of installed rooftop solar capacity in the country. And finally, the fifth priority was to transform the electricity sector to achieve long-term energy security. Progress to date includes the establishment of the National Transmission Company of South Africa, which began trading in July 2024. And for the ladies in the House, the chairperson of the board is none other than Priscilla Mabalani, a woman leading that charge. And then in addition, the passing of the Electricity Regulation Amendment Act will also allow for the establishment of a competitive electricity market. So having achieved a number of the key performance indicators that were set at the outset, NCOP will be now changing its focus from the urgent interventions required to end load shedding to the longer-term view of addressing future electricity security. This will see them focusing more on plant performance, new generation capacity, market reform, strengthening and expanding the transmission network, and reforming the electricity distribution industry, amongst others. Before I move off the NCOP report, it's important to remember that while we are currently not experiencing load shedding, we are not yet out of the woods. Load shedding remains a threat until we have stabilized our energy sector through the various interventions that we are exploring. So this brings me to the Integrated Energy Plan and the Integrated Resource Plan. The IEP is a complex and detailed plan which sets out the country's energy agenda. A declaration signed last year implements the Integrated Energy Plan from 1st of April of this year. So it is an overarching plan into which all the other plans will feed: the Integrated Resource Plan, the Liquid Fuels Master Plan, and the Gas Master Plan. On the other hand, the Integrated Resource Plan, the IRP, is the electricity blueprint, which deals only with the provision of electricity. And this plan aims to ensure security of supply while minimizing the cost to the economy and ensuring environmental protection. The current IRP 2023 was supposed to have been published in 2022. The length of time it took to draft this plan resulted in a plan with outdated assumptions and modeling that now needs to be revised. We submitted the plan for public participation, and we got 4,000 responses to it, of which 136 were substantive. So the Department of Energy and Electricity is now undergoing a review of the draft IRP, and we've tasked various stakeholders in the energy sector with collating the huge amount of inputs, especially where they are substantive and valid. We hope to finalize this process by the end of the year and to engage with those who have the more substantive inputs, to get them in a room, to understand what their recommendations and concerns are, and to ensure that these are effectively captured. There are several areas of huge concern, and so these are a huge focus of our department and ministry. The lack of grid access in areas of high renewable energy resources, such as the Eastern, Western, and Northern Capes, is limiting our ability to roll out renewable energy. It's going to require around 14,000 kilometers of new transmission lines at a cost of between 390 and 450 billion rand, money we do not have. This means that while we are looking to build, we still have to find new, innovative, and localized solutions to address the lack of grid as a matter of urgency. The Just Energy Transition Plan is going to see a turnaround in how we run our electricity business in South Africa. As we move towards the decommissioning of coal-fired power plants to meet our net zero targets, we are going to have to develop new industries around new technologies to ensure that the communities that are currently reliant on the coal industry are protected from poverty and unemployment. We cannot allow what happened at Komati with the decommissioning of the coal-fired power station there to happen at our other plants. The entire community has been plunged into poverty as a result of a lack of proper transitional energy progress that would have made sure that they were protected against that. We will not allow that to happen in any of the future plants, and we have learned from our mistakes. As we move forward in this department, we have until next year to consolidate our department into a new department because we've had to merge the Department of Electricity, the Ministry of Electricity that resided within the presidency, with a sector of the DMRE. So the energy part of the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy is moving into our department. So there will be a consolidated energy and electricity department. Until next year, we do not have a budget, we do not have our own organogram, and we do not have a functional department. We remain merely the Ministry of Energy and Electricity. What has been a very exciting innovation is that the proclamation has been received from the President, and Eskom will now fall under our department, which will give the ministry the oversight and the control that we need in order to make sure that we have a consolidated energy sector that meets the demands of our electricity and other energy needs. Gas remains a huge concern. We are nearing what we call the gas cliff in 2026, where there is a good chance that we will no longer have any gas coming in from Mozambique. Again, we are exploring other avenues to bring in gas from outside, particularly Qatar, which has got the largest gas field in the world. So these are some of the challenges that we are facing. We also face the task of bringing down our emissions and making sure that our clean development mechanism is properly in place and facilitated. A further concern is the transfer or the adjustment of the meters, the prepaid meters. These need to be converted by the middle of November. They've already done the vast majority of them, but we're seeing that a larger number of them are not being converted, which is giving us an indication that there are ghost meter companies and that there are people stealing electricity. So that remains another concern, but we are well on track to making sure that there isn't an issue when those switch over in November. And then finally, we will continue to push forward on the electricity to make sure that we are stabilizing our electricity system, make sure that we keep load shedding out of everybody's homes, and make sure that we support industry so that we can capitalize on growing jobs and growing the economy. As part of the Government of National Unity, our department strongly believes that we can lead the way in showing the rest of the world what a country looks like when everybody pulls together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. We appreciate that input. And I just hope that the delegates and honorable colleagues are making notes of any questions or comments that you would want to make later, because the presenters are remaining with us and they'll be able to take your questions a little later. I now want to call upon the Deputy Director General for Basic Education to deliver his input. Mr. Hubert Mweli. Is Mr. Hubert Mweli around? No. All right. I think we should then move on to the Deputy Director General of the Department of Health, Professor Nicholas Crisp. Is Professor Crisp in the house? Doesn't seem like. I'm just looking up at the gallery also because we have some colleagues seated up there. I think what we should do in the absence of the two presenters, and I don't think the other presenters are here also, Honorable Minister Tao. Is the Deputy Minister standing in for Minister Tao? Oh, then let's take your presentation, sir. Great. Thank you very much. Thank you. The Deputy Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'm not so much Minister Tao, but I'm his shadow. Honorable members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. I must apologize for the minister. He's still held up in a meeting with the president in preparation for the FOCAC trip tomorrow. Honorable Chair, the timing of this year's three-sphere planning workshop could not be better for us. The medium-term development plan, which is a 5-year government-wide plan, is currently being worked out across the various clusters of government. As the DTIC, as the new co-chair of the economic sectors, investment, employment and infrastructure development cluster, or the economic cluster of cabinet in short, we are currently seized with making final inputs to the medium-term development plan before it makes its way through to cabinet for approval. And I must stress that a crucial component of the medium-term development plan is the introduction of an implementation plan and associated targets. These two components give meaning to the lofty objectives of the Government of National Unity and the medium-term development plan itself. But more importantly, they provide measures against which our people and all stakeholders can objectively assess the 7th administration's record. This is, of course, important for accountability purposes. However, it's also important because it provides an explicit blueprint of government actions over the next 5 years. And this is more especially important for the question of economic planning, which is the subject that we want to focus on today. Economic planning is critical for better economic outcomes. When economic planning is deficient, we find ourselves facing such national crises as load shedding, to which my colleague, Honorable, was talking about. And load shedding is perhaps the starkest and most economically damaging example of failures in economic planning. The Energy White Paper of 1998, as an example, predicted that South Africa would run out of electricity capacity by 2008. Unfortunately, government waited for far too long to take the decision to build new power stations. And given the long lead times to build a power station, these delays unfortunately set in motion a chain reaction of now largely unavoidable electricity crisis. Ultimately, this resulted in an extended period of load shedding, whose consequence was economic damage that far outweighed the high cost of building new generation capacity. So clearly, economic planning is very, very important. But why is it so important, and why am I emphasizing it repeatedly? It's because sometimes when you look at the cost of things in today rand terms, they may come across as very, very expensive. But if you factor in the cost of what happens when you don't build them on time, you realize that the cost of delay is much higher than whatever cost they might be weighing today. And this is because in the first instance, the economy itself responds relatively slowly to new developments and opportunities. And this is especially the case where an economy is composed of many thousands of firms, state entities, and 3 spheres of government departments. So the normal thing is that you need to allow economic actors in the market to take decisions independently, and that those decisions would aggregate to national development. But the problem is that you are hoping that the fate of a country can be decided at the same time by different decisions made by 1,000 or even 100,000 different firms in the marketplace. So that's the first point. The second one is that economic infrastructure typically requires long lead times for delivery. For example, if you are building a new road to link rural smallholder farmers to lucrative markets, or you are building a dam to supply water to rural villages, and you are developing a port so that South Africa could benefit from green hydrogen exports, economic planning should ensure that the economic infrastructure is delivered before its absence becomes a binding constraint on economic growth. The third point is the absence of a functional relationship between economic and social infrastructure decision makers puts economic growth at risk. The construction of a solar park in a rural area where there's limited accommodation or where there are no schools or there's no healthcare facilities is likely to face much higher construction costs and slower delivery than a project where these social infrastructure investments are available and planned before and delivered on time. And this explains why the tendency of private investment flocks to metropolitan areas. Private investors will go to places where there already exists social infrastructure. So if we are to master the economic development of rural provinces, we need to master the input of public sector investment for social infrastructure in those areas. The fourth aspect is that firms may be overly concerned with short-term profitability rather than medium and long-term strategic threats or opportunities. This inability of firms to identify potential risks and opportunities through an overemphasis on the short term can lead to lower investment levels than is required to either avoid a threat or exploit an opportunity. This point is about the operational logic of private sector firms when they are making investment decisions. Private sector firms make decisions that can give profitable returns in the short term, but sometimes national development requires investment that will only yield outcomes in the medium to long term. This justifies why the state must not play a passive role in economic investment decisions, so that it can internalize the short-term high costs for national development that the private sector might not be willing to take up. Now, as the GNU has identified industrial policy as the central plank of our economic policy, it becomes even more important that we as the TTIC begin to lay out the industrial policy plans for the next 5 years. So what are the key elements of our industrial policy? For the next 5 years, we're going to try to focus on 3 things related to industrial policy. The first is South Africa's industrial profile is concentrated in 5 major metropolitan centers. I'm not going to mention them by name, but the point is that the bulk of the land mass in South Africa is without industrial infrastructure and industrial capability. And if we're to solve the national unemployment and underdevelopment problem, we have to first deal with spatial transformation of our industrial profile. In that regard, we want to expand the scope of our special economic zones, and we will improve the program and its effectiveness. A number of SEZs are currently being considered by provinces and national government and should be considered by local government as well. This includes the Nkomazi SEZ in Mpumalanga, the Bujanala SEZ in the Northwest, the Fitakgomo Tubatsi SEZ in Limpopo, and the Namakwa SEZ in the Northern Cape. Our experience, of course, with the Kucha, the Dube Trade Port, and the Tshwane SEZ shows that when the 3 spheres of government work together, the economic impact is substantial. The 3 spheres must work together to find, promote investment, help investors to reach bankability and feasibility stage, and to actually commit to the investment. In parallel, the 3 spheres need to work together to ensure that bulk services, critical infrastructure like a working port, community support, and top structures are built to investor specification within the timeframes agreed upon. This is an important element. If we are not able to perfect project management as the state, we will not be able to sustain private sector investment. You are not going to have a project that is agreed upon that it must be completed in 3 years and we take 8 years. It doesn't make sense. So on that front, we need cooperation of all the 3 spheres of government if we're going to get it right. The ability of government to coordinate investment and infrastructure delivery is a critical success factor of industrial policy. In other words, Development of a port or rail line must be carefully sequenced and timed so as to support industrial investments. And I need to stress this point again. Delivering bulk services, a road or a substation after the agreed time frame of the investor directly constrains economic growth and job creation. The other thing that we want to do is to use industrial parks to catalyze the township and rural economies. So the idea is that you want to use the SEZs as anchor points of spatial integration, which includes the townships and industrial parks. So to make an example, MMC from Buffalo City, we don't want the East London IDZ to stand as an island there at sea. It must work as an anchor point for Timbaza and Tuwa as well, so that we can build industrial linkages on what is it that can be produced in these different centers of industrial activity, but to boost regional economic activity across the board. I'm saying this because you are sitting next to the mayor of the place concerned as well. And then the other part, of course, is to use these industrial parks, SEZs, and the township economic capabilities to fit into what we are now introducing as South Africa's export-led growth strategy. And the reason for this is simple. There are 60 million of us in South Africa, or 66 million of us. We are too few. 66 million in industrial economic terms is very small. If we are to build a vibrant economy with the capacity to create massive employment opportunities as we want, we need to be pitching to the global marketplace. And we are going to do that by building manufactured goods in sectors of the economy that enjoy international demand. So if you want to make shoes as your business model, and you want to sell them in South Africa, you will remain an SMME for the rest of your life. But if you want to be a big market player, you have to be pitching to at least the SADC market as a start, because it has 340 million odd people. At the African market, you are talking 1.4 billion people. Once you add continental Europe, the numbers escalate. You add India and China, you are sitting at almost 5 billion people. So if you build your industrial economy and sectors with that vision in mind, then the capabilities that you will develop over time are going to grow. That includes then maximizing on the output of these barren places that I'm talking about, which are the rural provinces. They will do better if they are being tailor-made to work for those other markets. And I'm saying this because we need to maximize what South Africa has. The conversation usually says South Africa has a skills shortage problem. It's a half-truth. It's a skills shortage depending on the sort of productivity you are pursuing. South Africa can still maximize output in particular products in the economy, relying on the labor profile that it has as it tries to transform the skills base of the labor market over the medium to the long term. So we can't give up on our people because we are saying they are badly trained. We need to find something that they can produce and produce efficiently using what they have. The other point is that we are going to have to improve cooperation between the three spheres of government, as I was saying. So to achieve spatial equity, the three spheres of government need to work together to put industrial parks on a fundamentally different growth path so as to crowd in township enterprises into the industrial parks. This can only happen if the industrial park provides safe, secure, cost-effective and functional services to enterprises and investors wishing to locate in the park. One of the problems we are experiencing is that the infrastructure of the industrial parks routinely gets damaged and looted and stripped, and nobody is taking responsibility for protecting that infrastructure. Not local government, not provincial government, not national government. So we need cooperation and agreement on who takes responsibility for what. Government will need to play the role of patient capital by first investing in improving the park's infrastructure and services with the expectation that investment will follow after a lag. Local and provincial government must therefore ensure that the industrial parks are not seen as cash cows, but rather as strategic tools to achieve spatial equity. As I was saying, with respect to the export-led growth, a close working relationship across the three spheres of government is essential because national budgets, including the DTIC, are under pressure. Moreover, identification of existing exporters and potential exporters is more likely at local and provincial level, where policymakers may have more regular access to exporting firms, identifying exporters, linking them to export services, identifying missing services and services that could be provided by provincial government. Then the DTIC promotional support to participate in national pavilions could be more effectively provided where a more institutionalized exporting system were present. This is a point that was made by the honorable member from the UDM, who's from the Eastern Cape. He was asking us, how does the DTIC account for its programs by district, by local municipality, and by ward? This is what we are saying we need to do. We need to work with local municipalities to perfect that model so that they can direct us exactly to where these firms with potential to grow are located. So and we're trying to find a model that can optimize the suggestion that you put to us. Honorable Chair, there was a specific request to provide an update on the African Continental Free Trade Agreement progress. So I'm pleased to be able to report that South Africa started trading under the AfCFTA preferences in January 2024. South Africa and the Southern African Customs Union member states will now be able to trade preferentially with countries that have finalized the necessary domestic legislation. Currently, 16 countries have started implementing preferential trade under the AfCFTA. These countries are Algeria, Cameroon, Egypt, Mauritius, Tanzania, Ghana, Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi, Uganda, Tunisia, South Africa, Botswana, Lesotho, Eswatini, and Morocco. As other countries implement their approved tariff offers, they will be added to the list of countries with whom preferential trade under the AfCFTA can take place. The DTIC has undertaken awareness raising and information sharing sessions on the AfCFTA in all the 9 provinces, and we are currently conducting a how to export under the AfCFTA session with individual firms and or business organizations upon request. It would be immensely helpful if local government, as part of the DDM1 plans, assessed its business community to see if exporters and potential exporters are present in their localities. The DTIC could provide customized export support to these districts and could support further matchmaking if export volumes are not sufficient for viable exporting. So we need local government leaders to organize their LED departments to prepare their local firms for these export markets, and they must invite us as the DTIC to come and provide information to them at that level. The DTIC has also commissioned a study to assess the realistic export opportunities for South Africa under the AfCFTA. Linking the study to enterprises across the provinces and DDM districts would assist to ensure that existing exporters and potential exporters have access to appropriate market research. Honorable Chair, the fourth thing that I want to talk about is the area called developing value chains of the future. Globally, support for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions is overwhelming. Although we're going to continue to engage robustly with the European Union on its planned carbon border adjustment measures, the reality is that a range of other countries are contemplating similar measures to penalize countries whose exports are relatively carbon intensive, as South Africa is. There are significant opportunities in the green industrialization sector, including on electric vehicles, carbon sequestration projects, production of renewable energy components such as batteries, to name just a few. Investment into these sectors is growing rapidly internationally. South Africa must ensure that it shares in this investment boom. In addition, given South Africa's proximity to the DRC and our own battery mineral endowments, South Africa is very well placed to develop a domestic battery value chain using inputs from across the continent. So what we are looking at, Honorable Chair, is to consolidate a Pan-African agreement with the rest of especially SADC countries to minimize the export of raw minerals to the rest of the world and release them only as manufactured goods from the continent. That includes trying to find a way to work on the corridor of battery manufacturing. Some of the SADC countries have large endowments in lithium, some have large endowments in cobalt, some have large endowments in nickel. And if we can agree on how to process all of those inside Africa, and with South Africa as the export door through our ports, there's potential to build a much more robust manufacturing capability in battery technology and in the electronic vehicles components value chain. On the digital economy side, there are also many new opportunities arising. These include enhanced global business services, software development, cybersecurity, and data annotation, which underpins artificial intelligence. The three spheres of government need to prepare to provide customized economic infrastructure, training facilities, skills development programs, and internships in a range of digital areas to ensure that as mature sectors decline, emerging sectors are incubated and developed so that they create larger numbers of jobs to reduce unemployment. Of course, in addition to job creation, the digital sector is also home to many enterprises which are at the cutting edge of digital innovation. Although technology spillovers are increasingly not bound by country borders, innovation activity remains higher when a group of scientists, researchers, and engineers are located in close proximity. For example, where there's a university, there's a TVET college, or simply an innovative firm. These opportunities are already being monitored and identified by many provinces, and local government must ensure that it is not left out or left behind as provinces battle to secure investment or funding for digital programs at university or TVETs. Honorable members, every investment takes place in a municipality or in a district. There's no investment that takes place at the DTIC campus in Sunnyside. Provincial and local government, therefore, have a critical role to play in improving the ease of doing business. Reducing the red tape that often delays investment decisions and in providing cost-efficient, responsive business services is a crucial issue to attend to. Firms that are already operating may find it hard to relocate to another municipality, but we should acknowledge that for new enterprises, the quality of municipal services is an important influencing factor in an investor's decision-making process. I want to say something along these lines with respect to the SEZs and their functionality as well. The concept of a special economic zone is to attract private sector funding at the back of massive incentives to lower the cost of doing business. That includes, if you look at South Africa's tax basket, it's not just company tax that matters, but it's also municipal rates and taxes. Now, one of the problems we're experiencing in South African local government is that municipal rates and taxes are on an inflation trend that does not look like it's about to stop anytime soon. Which means, if unattended to, they undermine the very concept of an SEZ in the long run. If you are going to have municipal rates and taxes that are rising rapidly, it no longer makes the ease of doing business a reality at that level. But I think it's a discussion that we should all have with the rest of government, including on how to rethink the local government funding model to move away from the over-reliance on own revenue generation as the mainstay of local government finances, at least with respect to keeping the SEZs alive. People must make the decision to go to an SEZ because it's cheaper to work from there than any other place. But once there is now an equilibration of costs across the board, then the very concept of SEZs is going to collapse. I'm raising this because it needs all of us, national, provincial, and local government, to really rethink the local government funding model and its impact on sustaining these special economic zones. As I conclude, Honorable Chair, the DTIC will be launching its industrial policy framework in the course of this financial year. The industrial policy framework will lay out in more detail the government-wide approach to industrial policy. In addition, the medium-term development plan for the economic cluster, along with its implementation plan and targets, will highlight key areas where alignment is important. For example, on the identification of key technologies to be developed to grow South Africa's digital economy, or the top 5 minerals to be beneficiated to support a domestic battery production capacity. The success of this and other elements of our economic and industrial policy will be substantially improved if local, provincial, and national government structures and the system of economic planning was better coordinated and provided space for the 3 spheres to undertake economic planning oversee implementation, and monitor and evaluate progress. So you can't say you have a local economic development strategy that I do not know about. How am I going to help you as DTIC? If you are sitting in a municipality with an LED strategy that has ambitions, it must at least be known to us so that we can provide you with realistic support, including with guidance in the process of developing the strategy, so that we tell you that this is the direction of national policy and the incentive schemes that we're working on. Therefore, try to customize your LED strategy to reflect this renewed ethic. And this is more important for the metros as a starting point. We need to have a conversation with all the metros, the metro leadership and councils on how to recalibrate their local economies in a manner that links with the new direction of industrial policy at the level of national government. Honorable Chair, as we keep on saying, working together, we can do more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Kotlimbi, for the articulation that you have made in terms of your commitment to ensure that our broader inclusive growth strategy find a resemblance and resonance across all the three spheres. The DM was quite categorical. They are available for engagement in terms of strengthening our LEDs, such that we ensure that those local economic development strategies fall within the broader framework of our policy direction. Thank you, DM. Another round of applause. Thank you, honorable members. As we proceed, I will now invite the Deputy Minister of Small Business, Mercy Tole, to also take the podium. Over to you, DM.
Thank you very much, House Chair, honorable members, and our local government invited representatives. Let me welcome this opportunity to address this session of the NCOP. We have been asked to talk to specific themes and questions. There's a detailed presentation as well, should members want to make use of it. The first set of questions relate to our interventions to revitalize the township and rural economy. To address this, we are doing several interventions as a department. At the policy level, we are developing a township economy revitalization policy, which is aimed at enabling a more coordinated approach to township economic development. The aim is to leverage more support from the ecosystem, be it finance, enterprise development, infrastructure, or access to markets. We also have our own instruments as the department. The Township and Rural Entrepreneurship Program, TREP, which is aimed at improving the quality and competitiveness of small enterprises in township and rural areas. TREP focuses on providing both financial and non-financial support to entrepreneurs in township and rural areas, particularly in high potential sectors such as agriculture, retail, and manufacturing. House Chair, since its inception, TREP program and it was established in 2020-2021 financial year. The department portfolio has funded 6,268 entrepreneurs and dispersed 777.6 million. We are currently reconfiguring TREP to address the red tape and shorten the turnaround times of approvals. This year, we've allocated 344 million to the Township and Rural Entrepreneurship Program. Honorable Chair, the issue of red tape has killed many businesses. The ease of doing business is not something that we only talk about. There must be action attached to that. Many small businesses end up shutting shop because we are making it difficult for them to even enter the market. We are also targeting township and rural enterprises in our wholesale, micro and direct lending through CIFA. Of the 9.7 billion we dispersed into the economy over the course of the financial year, 1.9 billion went to township-based enterprises and 3.8 billion to rural-based enterprises. No other DFI has this kind of reach. House Chair, this year we are scaling up our support to rural and township-based enterprises. Of the 2.16 billion we will disperse through CFAM, we are targeting that 629 million goes to businesses based in townships and 1 billion to businesses based in rural areas. Honorable Chair, you can see that as a department, we are serious about supporting the township and rural economy. But there is no doubt that we could work in a more joined up fashion across government to address township and rural economic constraints. This include crime and extortion, more appropriate zoning at municipal level, and the provision of enabling infrastructure. Honorable members, the other set of questions that we were asked to respond to pertains to localization. Honorable members, we completed the SMME focus localization policy, which we are currently implementing. The key objectives are to build the manufacturing capacity of small enterprises, reduce our dependence on imported products, and link SMME's products to domestic and international markets. One of our key initiatives is our market linkage program, which has successfully linked small enterprises from all 9 provinces to the domestic market. The department has been able to do this through collaborations with various corporations such as retailers, wholesalers, and e-commerce platforms. Our approach to localization has been to co-create new market demand for small enterprises through, for example, partnership with the private sector, government, and organizations such as Proudly SA. We have established an enterprise supply development community of practice with several large corporates to bring more small enterprises into their supply chains. We provide financial and non-financial support to suppliers as well as assist them to meet compliance requirements and standards. We are also establishing industry clusters in various provinces to connect SMMEs to potential markets and competitiveness support. Here, we are collaborating with provincial governments. We also have the Small Enterprise Manufacturing Support Program to build capacity of SMMEs, and for which we have allocated an amount of 266.8 million. This program is key to building the capacity of small manufacturers to take advantage of new markets. Honorable members, the other area that we were asked to talk to is access to affordable financing. We have an SMME credit gap of 350 billion. And even where small enterprises access credit, it often comes at a high cost. To address this, we are about to finalize the SMME and cooperatives funding policy, which proposes the establishment of a fund of funds as well as a movable collateral registry to improve the credit worthiness of entrepreneurs without fixed assets. We have expanded credit guarantees to banks and lending institutions, which has increased the uptake of small enterprises. Through CFAM, we have numerous financial instruments targeting rural and township-based enterprises. This includes wholesale lending instruments, microcredit instruments, direct lending, and blended finance, where we also have a grant component. With the new entity, the Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency, we are putting more emphasis on pre-investment and funding readiness support to increase the quality and turnaround time of applications, as well as lower impairment risks. We are also scaling our post-investment business support to reduce the risk of business closure. This is how we intend to reduce risk, which will allow us to keep interest rates as low as possible. Another area that we were asked to talk to is the regulatory amendments to cut red tape. Honorable members, you will be aware that the President recently assented to the National Small Enterprise Amendment Act, which will, among other things, establish the Office of the Small Enterprise Ombuds. Often small businesses have got nowhere to go to when doors close in their face. And this Office of the Ombuds will be able to ensure that small businesses have got somewhere to go to when the regulations that we put in front of them are unfair. We are also busy with the Business Licensing Amendment Bill, which will streamline business licensing for small enterprises. We are supporting red tape reduction offices at provincial level, and we are also conducting awareness training in this area so that people can understand what we talk about when we say red tape. Red tape is not just that a business was not paid on time or a business has got to spend money before they could even start. Red tape cuts deeper and it ends up stifling and strangling most businesses. This forms part of government's broader effort to reduce the cost of doing business. Honorable Chairperson, another area we were asked to respond to is the implementation of the National Integrated Small Enterprise Development Framework. Honorable members, we are monitoring progress across the 4 pillars of this of NISET. We are making steady progress and we are becoming more evidence-based, more partnership-orientated, and are now playing more of a leadership role in coordinating the small enterprise ecosystem. The final area that we were asked to talk to is how we delineate priorities to optimize cooperation across the 3 spheres. Here, the approach of the NISET framework really helps, given its emphasis on taking an ecosystem approach. This speaks to horizontal integration, for example, with the DTIC on increasing small enterprise participation in the industry master plans, or with the Department of Tourism on providing financial support to new enterprises in the tourism industry. Then there is the vertical integration, which we have built into our implementation arrangement. Many of our initiatives are implemented in partnership with provincial governments and municipalities. Our shared economics infrastructure facility is an example. We have developed an ecosystem facilitation strategy, which we have piloted through CEDA, and which is aimed specifically at aligning our SMME support to local growth drivers, LED strategies, and plans. House Chair, we also make sure that all our programs are specially disaggregated to enable integration into local IDP and LED planning processes. We are busy establishing a digital platform which will further allow for information sharing and collaboration across the ecosystem. Honorable Chairperson, we are committed to strengthening 3-sphere planning and implementation. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to be part of this session. I thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister James Sithole, for indeed raising to the fore the opportunities that are available within the SMME ecosystem, particularly emphasis in relation to township and rural entrepreneurship program, the various platforms that we have within the department around CIFA, but also articulating various legislations that were passed and assented to by the President in our quest to remove red tapes. And therefore, I believe that our audience will be able to ensure that in terms of the work that they do, to address some of the constraints that we have in terms of the economic growth, will be able to leverage on the opportunities that are there within the small business development. Having said that, honorable members, again, let's give a round of applause to the Deputy Minister. Thank you, DM. DM, as you were saying, House Chair, I suspect Honorable Rada was very jealous about this title. I'm the Chief Whip of the NCOP. Thank you. And also, what we will then do, we will then proceed to the social cluster, having had an opportunity to deal with the economic a component of this discussion. I'm going to, if the Deputy Minister of Police, Ramatali, is ready, because after that it will be the DG of Education, and not the DG of Home Affairs, and then the DG of Education. So if you are ready, I'm just respecting protocol, so that we are then able to invite the Deputy Minister of Police, Ramatale, to lead this discussion on the social cluster. Over to you, Deputy Minister. I suspect the DDG and also the DG will appreciate the protocol within the executive. Thank you. Over to you, Deputy Minister Matale.
Thank you. I was a bit unsettled. I thought you were saying social cluster. And I think it is it's a security cluster, if I'm not mistaken.
Indeed, DM.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair. Members of the NCOP, ministers present here, deputy ministers, MECs, in our midst, the chair of the select committee, DG Sbui of the Civilian Secretariat for Police Service, the executive director of IPID, representatives of CIRA present here, Ministry of Police, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Chair and honorable members, please receive our revolutionary greetings this afternoon and allow me to once again tender Minister Senzo Mkunu's apology for not being able to be part of this important sitting today. Let me assure you that we take such engagement seriously because we do not take the trust that the people of South Africa bestowed on us for granted. We remain committed to working with you as we continue to explore every avenue to improve the lives of all South Africans in pursuit of the aspirations of our Constitution and the National Development Plan, amongst other progressive policy directives. Honorable members, I am aware of the time constraints, so I will briefly outline our interventions as the Ministry of Police, comprising of the South African Police Service, the Civilian Secretariat for Police Service, the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, and the private security industry. We have prepared a PowerPoint presentation which will be shared with members for further consideration. Chair, with regard to interventions to reduce high levels of crime in high crime areas as part of the various strategies and interventions to fight crime, especially in high crime areas, SAPS initiated multi-operations, each targeting specific threats that are under the umbrella of Operation Shanyala that was launched in the 6th administration. Amongst the operations that fall within Operation Shanyala, we have Operation Valaumgodi, which is directed to combat illegal mining across several provinces, supported by the Mineral and Petroleum Resource Management Act under the DMR. Operation Mgozi, targeting cross-border crimes near the Mozambique border, addressing vehicle theft, human trafficking, and contraband smuggling, with the Border Management Authority playing a key role in this regard. Working together, we've made serious strides in the Manguzi area, north of KZN. Operation Lockdown, concentrated in high crime areas of the Western Cape province, addressing gang conflicts, violent crimes, drugs, and extortion. I must say, Chair, in this regard, we are engaged in a process which will lead to a launch of a collaborative effort between the South African Police Service and the province of the Western Cape, including the city of Cape Town. In this collaborative effort, we are going to combine our resources as the three spheres of government to fight crime. And we were interacting on this, Chair, just this morning with stakeholders from within the province, briefing them about this initiative, which is part of our response to the crime rate in the city, but it's not only directed at the Western Cape. This is going to be a nationwide program in all the provinces and all key metros in the country. Of course, not limited to that, but other cities and provinces where there are no metros. Operation Amajola aims to combat serious violent crimes and faction fights in Majola, Port St. John's, related to stock theft and employment disputes. Operation Kunbonazelo focuses on reducing taxi violence in Port St. John's, particularly dispute over routes and ranks allocations between competing taxi associations. We are aware some of these crimes are not necessarily a problem created by theft, but an issue that has to deal with transport. But when criminality rears its head, we enter that space. With looking at the intervention by the IPID in executing interventions that assist and contribute in ensuring that our police are straight. We are implementing the access and awareness rural strategy, which is aimed at ensuring that even people in rural areas get to know and understand the role that IPID plays. We do establish district model to improve accessibility in all 9 provinces. Professionalization of the police service through engagement lectures on the IPD Act done by IPID on subs members, because we are of the view that IPID is not only a watchdog over the police, but it's an instrument at the disposal of the South African police in our quest to ensure that we professionalize the service by ensuring that our police officers act and are guided by the prescripts of the Constitution of the day. We are also establishing a forensic capability to deal with complex areas that are faced with IPID investigators in the course of doing their work. As a support function and oversight body over subs, the Civilian Secretariat for Police Service embarked on a process to review the 1996 National Crime Prevention Strategy and the 1998 White Paper on Safety and Security to give effect to the 2012 National Development Plan, amongst others. The review process produced 2 distinct policy interventions, which are the 2016 White Paper on Policing, focusing solely on the policing environment, and given the absence of a comprehensive policing policy, and the 2016 White Paper on Safety and Security, focusing on an integrated and developmental approach to address the root causes of crime and violence, recognizes that safety extends far beyond the purview of the police. The integrated urban development framework recognizes urban safety as a cross-cutting lever that has a direct impact on the socio-economic development potential of urban areas, e.g. livable cities in which people feel safe from crime and violence. Both the strategic acknowledge the impact of urban crime on development and endorses the motivation for municipalities to take an integrated approach to development. The anti-gangsterism strategy developed jointly by National Intervention Coordinating Committee and other departments is an integrated and interdepartmental approach to specifically resolve the problems of gangs and gangsterism and address its root causes. The strategy on GBV is under the custodianship of the Department of Women, Youth, and People with Disabilities and provides a multi-sectoral coherent strategy to ensure a coordinated national response to the crisis of GBVF by government and the country as a whole. It forms the basis for most of our interventions on GBVF. The Integrated Crime and Violence Prevention Strategy was approved by Cabinet in March 2022 and is the implementing mechanism of the 2016 strategy. It is the overarching strategy encompassing all other related strategies. It recognizes that violence and crime are due to complex socio-economic and psychological factors and requires an integrated preventive approach to addressing the root causes of crime and violence. It further recognizes that safety is not the responsibility of SAPS alone, but requires departments to include safety in departmental APPs and municipalities in their IDPs. The SVPS rests on 6 pillars, which are effective criminal justice system, early interventions to crime and violence prevention, victim support, effective and integrated service delivery for safety, safety through environmental design, and active public and community participation. The Civilian Secretariat for Police Service is facilitating the implementation of the ICVPS and is able to offer technical guidance and support to all spheres of government. We believe if government as a whole, from national, provincial, and local, integrate this in their systems, we will be able to defeat criminality in the country. A national working committee led by the Civilian Secretariat for Police Service has been established to facilitate the implementation and to monitor the progress of this. Implementation of the ICVPS requires commitment, coordination, and collaboration from all spheres of government. The ICVPS provides a proactive, preventative approach to addressing crime and violence. The launch of the ICVPS and stakeholder engagement in provinces are planned for October 2024 through the GCIS media briefing. The ICVPS is the vehicle that will help the country navigate its way to achieving government's priority to halve violent crime by 2030. CIRA continues to strive to be an excellent regulator of the private security industry and must further all efforts of assisting in the protection and safety of our people. The private security industry is a force multiplier for the police and must complement our efforts to fight crime and should never be abused to undermine our endeavors. And CIRA remains dedicated to enhancing the regulatory framework, ensuring compliance and fostering a professional, accountable, and compliant private security industry. As I conclude, in the medium term, we will be focusing on the high crime areas as well. Allow me to emphasize the fact that safety is not the sole purview of the police, but a shared responsibility requiring the participation of all stakeholders within the 3 spheres of government, the private sector, and broader communities. The ICVPS is a crucial instrument to ensure that we have all hands on deck and we eradicate lawlessness in our society. Let us all internalize and ensure the full implementation of this strategy for the benefit of the country and the generations to come. I thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Matali, for articulating key areas of interventions that the department is embarking upon to reduce high levels of crime in crime hotspot, but also the role of the civilian police and the strategy to confront GBV are some of the areas that the Deputy Minister alluded to. Thank you, Deputy Minister. Honorable members, we will then invite the the Director General for Basic Education, Mr. Mweli, to address us on key interventions over the medium term to eradicate mud schools, the issues around eradication of pit latrines, part of the key areas. But other than that, how do you ensure that you address some of the challenges that were alluded earlier on in terms of our education structure? Over to you, DG.
Oh, thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, honorable members, honorable ministers and deputy ministers who could be in the House, my fellow colleagues, DGs, DDGs, and other government officials who might also be part of the House. Chair, allow me to tender profuse apologies of the Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister of Basic Education. Both of them are attending the Cabinet Committee meeting to deal with 6 items of the department, and unfortunately, they could not honor your invitation and directed me to come and stand in their place. Thank you for the opportunity to present before the National Council of Provinces House. I'm just going to run through this presentation, Chair. As introduced, my name is Matanzima Mweli, the Director General of the Department of Basic Education. In the interest of time, I won't go through the presentation outline, which will be shared with your honorable members. We've been assigned to deal with 2 aspects, providing progress in combating criminality, safety in schools, affecting teachers and learners. And this item comes quite handy after the Deputy Minister has presented from the Department of Police. Progress update and plans to eradicate mud schools and pit latrines over the medium term. Chair, I'll just quickly run through the introduction. As basic education, we use the extract from the National Development Plan as our mantra, and highlighting 3 cardinal points from this extract. The first one is to ensure that South Africans have access to an education and training system of the highest quality. And the second aspect of this extract is this would lead to significantly improved learning outcomes. I must say that we've succeeded to improve learning outcomes in the upper grades of the system, but the lower grades of the system are still underperforming. The third one is about improving our performance in international tests to be comparable to countries of similar level of development and access. In terms of the first area that we've been assigned to address, we summarize our problem as urgently addressing school safety for both learners, staff, to provide conducive environment for teaching and learning. We also refer to the National Development Plan in this regard, which says, take learner safety into account when planning for infrastructure delivery. The trend indicates that the percentage of learners who have experienced violence has drastically gone down. But I must acknowledge that the violence that's happening in schools is still disturbing. The General Household Survey of 2021 bears evidence in this regard. Persistent challenges in schools remain crime and violence. Teacher robberies in schools, there's a new phenomenon, Chair, of criminals pouncing on teachers with speed points and forcing them to afford them to extract money from their accounts. That's the new phenomenon. Schools in the deep rural areas where, police and other law enforcement agencies would take time to reach. That's the new phenomenon that is emerging in our schools. Bullying, gangsterism, drugs, and substance abuse remains a problem. Theft and burglary in schools, especially during school holidays, remains a huge problem in our schools. Gender-based violence, corporal punishment from the data collected through the household survey remains the highest form of violence in our schools, corporal punishment, despite the existing laws, policies, advocacy campaigns that we have mounted against this. I also just want to touch the National School Safety Framework, which is in place, which really coordinates the efforts that we are making with other law enforcement agencies. We use this to deal with crime in our schools. The partnership protocol between basic education and the South African Police Service, collaboration to implement the integrated crime and violence prevention strategy, linking our schools to the local police station, and conducting searches and seizure in line with the South African Schools Act of 1996 upon a reasonable suspicion of the carrying or trading of illegal substance or weapons. Combating alcohol and drug abuse among learners in schools, addressing gangsterism in school and communities, controlling the number of liquor outlets and taverns in the vicinity of schools. SAPS also conducts crime prevention programs in schools. In terms of protocols to deal with violence, there are two areas. The protocol to deal with incidents of corporal punishment in schools, as I indicated, this still remains an Achilles heel in our system that we need to deal with. The second one is about protocol for the management and the reporting of sexual abuse and harassment in schools. Interdepartmental campaigns on violence prevention, and in this regard, we raise awareness on all social ills and mobilize communities to fight the scourge of violence. We mobilize communities through the quality learning and teaching campaign structures to prevent and to combat bullying, corporal punishment, and the other forms of violence in schools. We've covered in this regard about 6 provinces, which are Gauteng, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northwest, Eastern Cape, and KZN. The online safety program in school currently rolling out the online safety curriculum guidelines, reinforcing the idea and practices of online safety and digital well-being among learners for use in the classroom to preempt the possibility of many of our learners becoming victims, particularly to cybercrime. Partnering with the Department of Communication and Digital Technology, the Department of Social Development, the Film and Publication Board, Google, and UNICEF. We also link the care and support teaching and learning, CSTL, to Pillar 2 of the Integrated Crime and Violence Prevention Strategy, In other words, bringing together CSTL as well as ICFPS. In terms of progress update and medium-term plans to eradicate mud schools and pit latrines, we also take our cue from the National Development Plan, which is about strengthening our minimum standards for infrastructure to commit to progressively upgrading schools' infrastructure to meet optimum standards. In terms of the programs where this is happening, the first one is the Accelerated School Infrastructure Delivery Initiative, ASIDI, and the purpose of which is to eradicate specific backlogs. And provinces such as the Eastern Cape are provinces that benefited more than any other province. We've built more schools in the Eastern Cape than we have done in the other 8 provinces. Provincial infrastructure program, which is implemented through the Provincial Education Infrastructure Line Function, the eradication of the Education Infrastructure Grant, as well as the equitable share. In terms of data sources, we use School Register of Needs of 1996, of 2000, the National Education Infrastructure Management System, NIMS, of 2000, 2012, and 2015. We still need to keep up to date in updating these systems. Mud schools and other inappropriate structures in terms of the progress that we have made. Chair, I'm sure the figures can show from the screen, as they do on the laptop that I'm using, that we've drastically reduced the number of schools that are built of inappropriate materials, including here in the Western Cape, the Planky School, we replaced them, not only in the Eastern Cape, but I must say that particularly in the Eastern Cape and KZN, you still have those schools that are built by communities, essentially from very weak materials such as mud, which is not strong enough, and some of them continue to crumble. Schools with no toilets, we've also moved significantly. As I speak, we only have 268 schools that remain. When we gave this update to the Minister Huarube, she couldn't believe, with the Minister of Public Works, they said to us, go back and look for schools without toilets. But all that we have is 268, which were reported to us, signed off by provinces. As schools dependent on basic pit latrines, we've also made significant progress in this regard. As I've just indicated, the number stands at 268. And by the end of this financial year, would have covered the entire 268 schools with pit latrines. Medium-term plans for school infrastructure backlog. The school infrastructure backlog is the allocation that's kept at the Department of Basic Education. And the picture that should be coming, which is on the screen, it's an example of some of the classrooms that we built by replacing inappropriate structures. And just a summary quickly, Chair, as I'm about to conclude, is that we've replaced 331 inappropriate structures. We're currently busy with 7 schools on overcrowding. We've also replaced the pit latrines. The number is 3,107, and we remain with only 268, as I've indicated earlier on. And the next slide is merely the work breakdown structures. And I can vouch for this because I've been KZN, Eastern Cape, and Limpopo, I've driven to those areas. I've not just received the reports, I've been there to monitor these projects from the beginning up to the end. So I can put my head on the block on that. And these are some of the pictures that we wanted to share. There's confusion. Your basic pit latrine looks like the structure on top. Sometimes it's built purely of corrugated irons. Sometimes you'll have some structures of bricks, but the pit is unsafe and it can sink anytime, and some of the children demise in such structures. Now, there's something that we call the ventilated improved pit latrines or pit toilets, which is approved by the World Health Organization. And such structures look like the structures that you see at the bottom. They are safe, they are conducive. Sometimes they are even more attractive than your waterborne system. I've used both, the one on top and the one at the bottom. So I thought that it's important just to bring that explanation to the attention of your House, Chair. Education infrastructure grant, as I finish to deal with plans for the new and replacement of schools and sanitation for 2024-2025. In terms of the new schools is 114, replacement of schools is 167, sorry. Provision and replacement of sanitation is 1,470. And in this case, what happens is that some schools would have inadequate sanitation facilities, and some would require sanitation facilities to be replaced from those that have been using for quite some time. In the next financial year, 2025-2026, we'll have 19 new schools, and hopefully not the ordinary schools. It will be schools of skills. It will be technical high schools, because those are the schools that we require. We don't need schools anymore that offer your traditional streams that we know of, just mathematics, history, geography. We need schools of skills as well as technical high schools. Replacement schools, 30, and then provision and replacement of sanitation, it's 468. And as I've said, this would be in instances where schools are saying we don't have enough sanitation facilities, not schools that don't have sanitation at all. By the end of this financial year, there won't be any school that would say they don't have any sanitation, whether it be waterborne or the VIPs. For 2026, which is the last year, which is the outer year, new schools will be 15. Schools that we replace will be 33, and in terms of sanitation is 369. And just an example of some of the VIPs that we built, this is the type. Thank you very much, Chair, for the privilege. I really appreciate it on behalf of the Minister and the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, DG, for that comprehensive information and briefing on the areas that we had identified that you started with. And therefore, as we go back to our province in September, at least we will be able to know where to start. Thanks for that information. As we move to the last speaker for the day before the interaction, we will then invite DDG Crisp from the Department of Health to come and brief us on the progress that we are making in relation to the implementation of the National Insurance which has been signed by the president. It has been assented. The bill has been assented by the president. So we are looking forward to get an update in terms of where we are. DDG, over to you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members of the Select Committee on Social Services, Honourable Ministers and Deputy Ministers who are present, Honourable members of the NCOP, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, I wish to once again reconvey the apologies of the Honourable Minister of Health, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, as well as that of the Deputy Minister of Health, Dr. Joe Pashla. They are both in Brazzaville, in the Republic of Congo, on official work with the World Health Organization. The Minister has therefore delegated me to participate in this important event, and on his behalf and on behalf of the National Department of Health. I also do so on behalf of the Director General of the Department of Health, Dr. Sandile Buthelezi. It's my pleasure to present to you, on behalf of the Minister, Dr. Motsoaledi, relevant matters to the National Health Insurance. As you mentioned, Honourable Chair, His Excellency President Ramaphosa assented to the National Health Insurance Act of 2023, Act number 20 of 2023, on the 15th of May this year, 2024, and this marked the culmination of a lengthy legislative process that commenced in 2019 with the tabling of the bill in Parliament. After some delays owing to COVID-19 pandemic, the National Assembly passed the amended bill, the B bill, on the 13th of June 2023, and the National Council of Provinces took over the process. Some 60 community consultations were held by the NCOP, covering all 9 provinces, and the NCOP adopted the bill by a majority of 8 provinces to 1 on the 6th of December 2023, last year. Now that we've reached this critical milestone, we're able to gradually phase in the National Health Insurance using a progressive and programmatic approach based on financial resource availability as required in the Act. The NHI must be implemented in 2 phases. Phase 1 commenced last year from 2023 to 2026, and the Act provides for Phase 2 from 2026 to 2028. So what are those interventions and response plans to operationalize and implement the NHI? Where are we? The specific transitional activities that are contained in Section 57, subsection 2A of the NHI Act, and then the subsequent subsections, which are 57, 3 and 4, involve 5 provisions with specific specified actions. First one, the department is continuing with the implementation of the health system strengthening initiatives, and these include alignment of human resources with that which may be required by the users of the fund. And there are 2 major focus areas in the department and with the provincial departments at the moment. The first is infrastructure development in the public health sector. I'm sure everyone's aware of the challenges that we face in that area. The second one is further strengthening of the primary healthcare system. The second of the 5 interventions in Phase 1 that are outlined in Section 57 of the Act, besides the Act itself, there are a whole range of other national health insurance legislation developments, and there will need to be amendments of other legislation in due course. The specific activities we're busy with at the moment is the drafting of the regulations pertinent to sections of the Act that will be the first to be promulgated. In terms of timeframes, Chair, it's not here in the speech. We are well down that line, and we expect within the next month to have the first draft regulations for publication for comment. The second of the legislative matters is ensuring that the necessary preparations are made to amendments that will be required through Schedule 1 of the Act. There are 9 pieces of legislation with minor amendments, or some are a little more than others, which will need to be made at the appropriate time. when those parts of the NHI Act are brought into effect. The third of the 5 requirements in Section 57 in the transitional arrangements is that there are several institutions that must be established as the foundation for a fully functional fund. The Act provides for precursor committees and a statutory mandate for other committees which already exist in some form or another. And those are, the first one is a National Tertiary Health Services Committee. There is already a fledgling committee that is in place. The second one is the National Governing Body on Training and Development. And there again, there have already been activities, and this now needs to be formalized and strengthened. The third foundational body is the Ministerial Advisory Committee on Healthcare Benefits. So the Act provides for a permanent advisory committee, but that may take quite some time to get into place. So the transitional provisions provides for a Ministerial Advisory Committee, which are established in terms of the National Health Act rather than in terms of this Act, the 2 acts working together. And the fourth one is the Ministerial Advisory Committee on Health Technology Assessment. This will be a precursor to a separate agency which is mooted in the National Health Insurance Act, and we see that in many countries around the world. Perhaps just to quickly explain what health technology assessment is about having what we call the evidence base to make decisions about which interventions are included and paid for by any fund. And that's necessary because technology is changing all the time, whether it's new medicines or new ways of doing surgery and so on. So one uses this very specific methodology of health technology assessment to help to inform us what we should be including and not including. The Act also provides for migration of central hospitals. So there are presently 10 of these central hospitals designated under the regulations of the National Health Act, so that these will become funded, governed, and managed nationally. And what the Act says, they will be semi-autonomous entities, so greater control by the management and the boards of these hospitals themselves. This will strengthen their national training and highly complex service delivery capabilities, where they serve as the major teaching hospitals in the country. And then finally, in this, under this foundational institutions, I'm sure this Honourable House is aware of the Office of Health Standards Compliance, which is an existing body and has been slowly but surely growing. There's a lot of ongoing work through the Office of Health Standards Compliance, or as we call it, the OHSC, and that work to inspect and certify both public and private health facilities so that we have a systemic improvement in the quality of the standards that are used in all facilities. Honourable Chair, the fourth of the 5 phase 1 activities is that's provided for in the transition through phase 1 is the purchasing of personal healthcare services for vulnerable groups. And the Act specifies children, women, and people with disabilities and the elderly. This is elaborated on somewhat a little bit further in the Act. And so the department, as the immediate steps now to give effect to this provision, together with the 9 provincial departments, is testing capitation purchasing for primary health care. This is the first time that we're using this type of payment mechanism on a wide scale. There are models of this in the country, but on very small scale. And the benefits of this package, the benefits that will be in this package of care must include maternity and child health services, healthcare services for the aged, care for people with disabilities, and it must focus on the rural communities. Those are the provisions in the transitional provisions of the Act. So what is important is that capitation purchasing will be from contracted public and private providers, which includes the general practitioners. There are about 8,000 general practitioners in private practice in the country. And it will include audiologists, oral health practitioners, optometrists, speech therapists, and other designated providers in the primary healthcare level. Perhaps just to mention that up to 90% of practitioners in these disciplines are in the private sector. So at the moment, delivering healthcare to a relatively small portion of the population. And the model for this is the contracting units for primary healthcare, where all of the practitioners of these disciplines, including the GPs and including the public sector clinics, will be a part of multidisciplinary teams, which we are not that familiar with, particularly in the private space, and paid for through this capitation mechanism. The fifth provision, the last of the 5 provisions in phase 1, is to prepare for the establishment of the fund itself as a Schedule 3A public entity. And that includes developing and implementing administrative and personnel-related matters. So it must be recognized that at the moment there's no fund and there's no administration. There is, at the moment, a branch, which is what I'm in charge of in the National Department, but it's a very small branch and it's not the fund itself. So in order to manage a fund and to give expression to what's in the Act, there will need to be a board and an administration to make sure that all the activities are done. So the starting point here is to promulgate the sections in the Act that are required to establish the governance and administration. And for those who are familiar with the Act, it is primarily sections 12 to 30 that deal with the governance matters. The rest of the Act deals with the substance of the functions and powers of what the fund is intended to achieve. But those provisions in sections 12 to 30 are the critical governance functions. And so what the department is doing at the moment is busy with the development and will publish the regulations that ultimately would result in a competent board and the other advisory structures which are outlined in those sections of the Act. Perhaps I should just add here that all regulations of the National Health Insurance Act must be published for 3 months for comment, and the department and the minister will call for the public to pay specific attention and to make sure that they are given all the opportunity to comment on those regulations. So we are all confident that the regulations that are finally adopted and implemented, we will trust them. Chair, then the budgeting and funding of the rollout of the NHI was a specific question asked for the minister. As we've noted, there's no fund yet. There's not actually money in a fund for National Health Insurance. But there are a lot of preparatory activities that are going on, and the preparatory activities are being managed within a branch of the National Department of Health, while the provincial departments continue to manage the provision and the funding of the public health services, and the private sector continues to provide the services through the private establishments. The National Department of Health receives an allocation in the budget to run this branch, but there are also some conditional grants that Parliament, and you will be familiar with them, that Parliament grants, and to enable the department to support several health systems strengthening programs, such as the development of the digital systems, which will be required to administer the National Health Insurance and the whole health service, a quality improvement program, and various infrastructure projects. There are different conditional grants for different infrastructure projects in the budget. Some are direct, which are paid to provinces, and there is one that is indirect and managed by the National Department of Health. From financial year 25-26 onwards, and as the capacity of the fund moves from the branch in the department to the Schedule 3A entity, so functions, healthcare functions, can be shifted as outlined in Section 32 of the Act, and then funds can begin to follow those function shifts through Vote 18 to the fund for the fund to be able to pay for healthcare benefits. I would like to emphasize that this will be a phased process, as I said in the beginning, and will be done in small amounts at a time as the functions are moved. So the time horizon for these function shifts is obviously multi-year. It won't all happen in that financial year. And statutory changes and budget cycles will dictate the pace at which the financing reforms and the fund shifts can happen. The source for the funds of the National Health Insurance are described in the Act in Section 49 and are essentially appropriated funds in the annual budgets adopted by this Parliament. And this includes, in the first instance, and as Section 49, it's the first subclause, it's general tax revenues, including the shifting of the funds which are presently from national government departments, such as correctional services, who deliver some healthcare services in their own right, and agencies, and also provincial equitable share and conditional grants funds, which are currently spent on personal healthcare services. Secondly, there will be, in time, reallocation of funding for medical scheme tax credits, which are presently granted to beneficiaries of medical schemes, and they will move towards the fund in the National Health Insurance Fund instead of being credited once the fund is paying for the care that those people who presently get the grants, get the tax rebates, will be benefiting from. The Act then also provides for a payroll tax to be contributed by employers and employees, and it finally provides for a surcharge on personal income tax. However, the Act also states that the route that will be followed for such taxes, which don't exist at the moment, will need to be introduced through a money bill when the time is ripe by the Minister of Finance and then earmarked for use by the fund. Honourable members, while we must embrace the opportunity to address the gross inequity that exists in our health system and the provision of health services in our country, we need to recognise that reforms of this magnitude must be managed with care over time. This House will be a critical role player in the adoption of the budgets that move through the NHI Fund and in the monitoring of the impact of the changes to healthcare and the outcomes as a just health system evolves. I thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Chris, for the elaborate manner in which you give comfort to us that indeed the dualism in the health system will be at some point laid to rest. Thank you for articulating the progress thus far in terms of the implementation of the NHI. Our executive mayors that are here, speakers, the MECs, I believe they got more than they bargained for in terms of what has been shared ever since the beginning of this program today. What we will then do, honourable members, we will open the floor for clarity-seeking question. I'm looking at where we are today. In terms of this session, that there is 45 minutes. It means we need to be productive for the 3 minutes that we'll be giving over to members that will be raising engagement points, clarification question, inputs. Let me start from this side. Just indicate in terms of, because we had various speakers from today, I believe the second presentation, the third, it was the chair, it was the minister, Mr. Ramokgopa. Then we then had a 10-year review. We then had the demography. We then had priorities in terms of addressing the constraints that are identified in terms of achieving the target that's set out in the NDP. We then had our DP, Bashatile, also then addressing us. Then we had deputy ministers who are still with us. So you have ample opportunity to engage with our leaders today. It's one, then it's two, and then three. Yeah, and then that's four. Then this will be five, six, 7, 8, 9. We have 10, 11, 12, 13, and then 14. 13 is my executive mayor from a town called Kuruman, the district of John Talakaize. Thank you, executive mayor, for coming. There is also, yes.
I just want to thank you. I am Councillor Tera Shabang, the executive mayor of the district, Eastern District Municipality in Mpumalanga. I just want to get clarity, Chair, in terms of the presenters that have presented and they have left us here. How are we going to deal with those presentations when we seek clarity on them? Thank you.
Thank you, executive mayor. You now disrupted me. I also wanted to, executive mayor Francis Bart, you'll be the last one, I believe. I've noted you. Yes, I believe that we have the chair of governance cluster of the NPC who's here, who will be able to address issues related, because remember, there were 3 presentations from the 3 cluster. No, it was 1 cluster. Then there were 2 presenters from the NPC that were ushered in by the chair, by the chair. So I believe that we have sufficient personnel leadership to be able to respond to any issue that was raised. Let's start with 1. Don't forget your number.
Molo Salo, Wendlo.
Let's introduce yourself and then indicate the point where you want to.
Yes, Enkosi Salo, Gumandla Peter Lo, Umeli UDM. Ekwa Glendlu, yowisomthetho emele iphondo leMpuma Kapa. Umbuzo wam na uzaba mnye nje, just for clarity's sake. If itolika sinayo ke ayilotyala lam. Umbuzo wam uthi okokuqala bekusuppose uba noko siyamona apha, because according to the speakers who spoke there, they were all talking about the disaster. Teachers bayarojwa, abantu bayabulawa. We're supposed to mourn because this is a national disaster. Mandize phaa ku-NHI ebesenza ipresentation yakhe Mhlekazi, uthi le nkqubo ka-NHI ayina-budget. Ingabe usibalisele intsomi? Sicela i-clarity. Nkosi Mhlekazi.
Thank you, Honorable Peter. Number 2.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Councillor Thabiso Povungana, the Executive Mayor of the municipality called the West Rand District Municipality. My question is, I will direct to Honorable Matale. Good afternoon, DM. The question here is around the work of the police, of which we appreciate. However, it seems as if there is one particular branch of police that seems to be doing the job effectively in KZN under the stewardship of General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. The work that is being done in that province, we don't see such kind of a work in other provinces, especially in Gauteng, where I'm based, because the very same challenges that province is facing is the very same problem that we are facing in Gauteng, especially west of Johannesburg, whereby the Zamazamas are doing as they pleased in that part of the province. My question is to Honorable DM, sorry. What is so difficult to see a similar type of actions being taken against the criminals in other provinces? Mthatha is also in the very same fashion with the other provinces. And I also have a concern, Chair. I think this concern was also raised by General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi about the IPID. I hope the IPID is here. It seems as if the IPID is undo the job that is being done by the police. I know that the IPID is part of the security cluster. I will also have a request you that invite them to be part of those operations when the police are doing their job in terms of fighting the crime. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Number 3.
Thank you so much, Chair, and also greetings to the House. I'm Thomas Ngwenya, the Executive Mayor of Nkangala District Municipality in Mpumalanga Province. Chair, maybe it will be proper that I start by welcoming all the presentations that have been made since early in the morning in this House. Well, I don't have a question, but I just want to zoom straight into the discussions, particularly in terms of the theme of today. We welcome this strategic conversation between the 3 spheres of government. And we welcome this session, Chair, precisely because the intention of the 7th administration is to strengthen our intervention at the ground level, particularly to avoid working in silos. In the past 30 years, we've been working in silos. As a result of that, our interventions did not make the necessary impact that was expected. And of course, we are very much happy that today with this 7th administration, it will appear that we want to focus into one direction. And I think if we can go to that particular direction, Chair, we can be able to work to make a meaningful impact on the ground, Chair. Chair, we welcome the approach of the district development model. That is the approach that all of us, we must work towards achieving so that we are able to achieve one budget, one plan, one budget, one implementation plan, one monitoring and evaluation plan, and one oversight report by all of us, Chairperson. If we can work towards that, definitely we will make a huge impact on the ground, Chair. And I want to agree with the observation that has been made by our Deputy President early in the morning, when he emphasized on the matter of working in terms of integrated planning. At the local government level, Chair, we've got one plan, which is integrated development plan. And we are required, all of us as the 3 spheres of government, to work through that integrated plan, all of us. There's no any other integrated development plan. It's only at the local level. But the only worry that we observe, Chair, is that local government is underfunded. That is our concern. Ever since in the past 30 years of our democracy, local government has been underfunded. Yet it is the sphere that is closest to the people. Yet it is the sphere that is supposed to render services to our people. How on earth, Chairperson? It cannot be. Therefore, we are making a call for the review of the funding model of local government if we are to make a meaningful impact on the ground. Therefore, that is our firm proposal, Chair, to say, let us review this funding model of local government and take local government serious. we must not treat it as a stepchild, but we must definitely treat it as a sphere of government so that then we can be able to change the lives of the people for the better on the ground. On the question of inclusive growth and inclusive economic growth and job creation, Chair, we want to make one firm proposal, Chair. When you look at the local economic development of municipalities, they are not funded, Chair. And therefore, we want to make a firm proposal to say, in the past 30 years, we made a proposal of MIG, Municipal Infrastructure Grant, and of course, the national government responded positively. We are therefore making a same proposal to say, if we are to attend this priority area of inclusive economic growth and job creation, we need a special economic funding at that particular level, so that then we can be able to intervene decisively and make sure that this priority area of inclusive growth and job creation is being realized on the ground, Chairperson. Unless we've got that funding, we will not be able to achieve this priority area, Chairperson. But we are saying, can we plan under one roof, all of us, as national, provincial, and local government? Because we are not planning together. We plan separately, we implement separately. I just wish one day that we'll sit in this fashion just for planning, so that you can agree to say, these are the priority areas, so that then all of them, they find space in the DTM model, Chair. Thank you so much.
Number 4. Number 4.
That's me, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, you are not number 4.
But when you were counting, I considered that.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Pitso Noe, NCOP permanent delegate from the Free State. Chair, the NPC review made reference to demilitarization of police. While we understand where it comes from the SAP to SAPS, but if you look at the crime report, consistently, continuously, the nation is not safe. And in some instances—
Can the member please introduce himself so that the minister are able to know who is on the floor?
I did so, Chair. My name is Pitso Noe, NCOP permanent delegate from Free State. So my question in relation with that, I'm just failing to understand, Chair, if in some areas there are a call for additional policing, to an extent that communities are calling for SANDF to be deployed. Now, if we're talking of demilitarization of police now, aren't we putting our police under siege, while then we are perhaps making them unable to provide the safety that we need, while even they are still in shortage? What does that demilitarization of police in this instance actually refers to? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Jane Mananiso from Gauteng, the permanent delegate in the NCOP. Let me follow the queue in terms of acknowledging all the presentation. And one would want to say to those who have presented the National Planning Commission, one wants to welcome the civic education curriculum, because we can all tell here throughout the presentation that education is an enabling tool to liberate our people. So I want to welcome it, and I think it should cut across all spheres, all stakeholders, and Chapter 9 institutions. Chair, I'm a little bit worried about the presentation by Department of Education, more especially when it was speaking about GBVF interventions like your safety and other issues. As a young woman, I think a girl child will be disappointed that the period poverty, it was not reflected. I want to check how far are we to ensure that we address the issue of access to sanitary towels? Because for a girl child, gender-based violence and femicide, it starts there. When you get some help from somebody with regards to that particular product of sanitary towel. Again, one would want to acknowledge the fact that this workshop, it says to us, we must plan so that we don't fail to plan. So it is good that we are here as all CS. We've been identifying what are the things that perhaps in Gauteng we can prioritize as we work together from also us as NCOP delegates representing our province. And one would want to say, Chairperson, on the issue of professionalism, I want to get sense. How far are we in terms of getting institutional audit skills per the institution? Because you cannot just professionalize everybody. What if there are those already who are fit for purpose? You must say something. So I want to check how far are we as all the department, and if we have a framework that speaks to that, that we must do skills audit, because one believes that professionalism goes hand in hand with institutionalization and as well as uniformity. If we can tell here, in terms of institutional arrangement, in terms of how we do things, we are totally different. So I want to check if there's institution in these spheres that can help all these spheres in terms of making sure that there's uniformity and signage in everything that we do. However, lastly, I want to acknowledge that collaboration, cooperation, and information sharing is the new currency to ensure that we do things differently. Thank you.
Thanks, Comrade Honorable Mananiso. That's 6. Yes, thanks.
No, thank you so much, Chair. And it was not planned that as Gauteng we must follow one another. Just an accident of history. My name is Bones Mudise, permanent delegate from Gauteng. Chair, mine is not a question, but rather a suggestion. And I'm happy that Deputy Minister Kodlimpi is still here. Because there's a lady, she's sitting somewhere in a green background. When she was speaking here, she mentioned something that I believe that is correct, that the education system of South Africa ought to change. It cannot be fair that Usihle, my 8-year-old boy, still learns about Jan van Riebeeck arriving in South Africa in 1652. It was enough that it was done to me. And something needs to change, that the draw and label cockroach is not going to work for Usihle. And if we agree that that style of education is outdated and it's no longer important, I therefore have a proposal to Deputy Minister Kodlimpi and his team, because I know they're capable, that piggybacking on the fact that we need to change how we educate the new generation so that the market is able to absorb them, so that we do not see graduates with a placards saying, I've got a BSc, I've got this, and I'm unemployed, can you help on social network? With the DTIC being the custodian of the especially economic zones, even though they cut to other departments, for an argument's sake, here in Cape Town, I think Member Badenhorst, is it Atlantis Special Economic Zone here in Cape Town? I think about 40 km from here. That more than anything else specializes on the renewable energy, biodiversity, and so on and so forth. And we have a number of special economic zones across the country. But we don't do what I think my premier, when he was still the political head of education in Gauteng, calls schools of specialization, so that we are then able to focus in a specific area in a particular school. so that when they graduate from high school and go to university, they are clear as to what is it that they need to study. They don't go and register at the university. When they get there, you then ask what is available, say no, and then you go to humanities because there's nothing else because you were not prepared to go to university. So I'm asking Deputy Minister Zuko to in the next sessions when we meet, that they make a presentation as to how can the SEZ, together with the Department of Education, can be used as a tool to change how education takes place in our schools. Where you have ocean economy, can we have a school that teaches young people about maritime, fisheries, and so on and so forth, the type of fishes? Because majority of us here, I'm sure if they were to put fishes here, to us it will be fishes, and that will be it. Only to find out there are different species of these fishes. We can't have an area like Durban, which is coastal, PE, which is coastal, but you don't have a school that teaches young people about the ocean economy. I think for me, Minister Zugo, if we could come with that paper to say, this is what we propose, that if we could collaborate with the Department of Education, we can assist in changing the mindset of our education system. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Modise. Number 7.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I'm Tony Duba from the Eastern Cape, the Chair of Chairs. Chair, let me start with the Planning Commission. Chair, let me just appreciate the presentation. And I would like to say to them, we always appreciate their presentation because they point direction. They tell us where we are in terms of NDP. And I can confirm, Chair, that we have already even forwarded those presentations, in actual fact, to the various chairpersons of portfolio committees in the province so that they can follow through in terms of doing their work. And also, we have noted, Chair, though we are not in the coalition in the Eastern Cape, but we have noted them that they must note the MTDP document because it's a GNU document and we must use it to do oversight. It's part of the oversight tools, that document of GNU. That's the first point. The second point, Chair, I hope that the Deputy President will get the message. The sooner we get regulations for DTM, the better. The sooner we get regulations for DTM, the better. DTM, its energy and its implementation must never depend on the energy of various executive authority in the provinces. So we would want to, it must never be a loose kind of an arrangement. We want regulation so that we can do proper oversight because, Chair, whenever we would, of course, ask various executive authority in terms of these matters being looked in terms of DTM, this issue of regulations will come up. So please strengthen the regulations or if you come up with the regulations for DTM so that we can also oversight the NCOP based on the regulations that are there. Now, on the NCOP commitment that have been presented by the President, one of the things that I would like to leave this planning session with and probably ask the NCOP, in terms of the adverse finding, whether it's adverse finding based on commission, state capture, whether it's adverse finding based on courts of law, I would like the NCOP to reflect out of those findings, how many issues that have been raised by portfolio committees before. Because you'll find out that most of these issues, they were raised by portfolio committees before. But now it will seem as if there are new things because it's either there is commission, it's either the court find adverse effect. They must begin to take portfolio committees very seriously. We come here, we participate here because we want the legislative arm of the state to be taken serious. It's not a department. So for them to measure their commitment, they must look at how many issues, how many adverse findings that have been taken against them, which at a certain time or at a certain period were raised at a portfolio committee level. That's an issue that I would like the Deputy President to look into. Then on the issue of, I'll combine both DTI and the small business. I think I appreciate both presentation and both commitment. But there is this issue, Chair, that talks to the local state being agile, flexibility in terms of ensuring that they harness creativity in terms of the investors coming in. I like that. But the downside with that, or what one would want to check, there is a high rate of unemployment currently. And the presentation, there must be a guarantees that the presentation, both from small business and from DTI, are not a scapegoat for local state. We have this high rate of unemployment because you are not agile to the current conditions. Let me tell you why. Because you will expect that immediately when EXCO identifies that Treasury would meet, because the presentation talks to the rates, Treasury would meet and COGTA would meet, and of course various ministries that talks to business as the economic development would meet, so that at a certain point they meet SALGA to say these are the proposals, because that state is highly regulated in terms of legislation. So let's get coherent. Let's get something that will have said, these are the consultation that we will have done with SALGA. And this, because high rate of unemployment is seriously at each and every, whether you talk of quarterly report, it talks to the high rate of unemployment. So for us to see the seriousness of the ESCO, the proper, for example, if you talk about the departments, government departments that are not paying local state in terms of rates and services. So any presentation that is brought here, it must be genuine in terms of building the economy, including the local economy. So I just want to make note. And then lastly, Chair, Popia, to the Deputy Minister of Police. You see, I'll make it this example, Chair. Recently, there was a raid in St. Albans prison in the Nelson Mandela. Fortunately, both the Deputy President spoke about Eastern Cape, and also the presentation, I think, of education spoke about Eastern Cape, the school in Bebeka and Nelson Mandela. Now, recently, Chair, there was a raid in St. Albans. 60 cell phones were picked up by police in prison. Now, police, they can't download that information because of Popia. It's being said that give us the number that you want to. They can't. Again, everybody who's in prison is not supposed to have a cell phone. So you'll expect that automatically police will be able to download the whole information, so that they can see who is interacting with the prisoners, coordinating the extortion and crime. Now, all that I want to ask, when is the executive going to come up with an enabling legislation that will ensure at least we cross the bridge in terms of Popia, so that criminals are not protected by the legislation or by Popia? And lastly, is General Mkhwanazi not falling, Deputy Minister, not falling into the trap of General Poison? Because we're all clapping hands for General Mkhwanazi, and yet we remember that General Poison, in KZN, fall into the trap when all of a sudden he happened in the front page of the Sunday Times that people were killed. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Honorable Duba. Number 8. Honorable Vasco.
Thanks. I'm Biskop Makamu, the MEC for Coxstar in Limpopo. First, I will want to welcome the presentation by Statistics South Africa. Most importantly, they showed us where and who are the poorest people and where are they living. And sitting here, national, province, and local government should be asking ourselves, what are we doing with those areas that are shown to be poor and the poorest, even after 30 years? How are we sitting here and allocating resources to the people who are poor? Like I said, I'm the MEC for Coxstar. I'm aware that a municipality that is found in the areas they mentioned, they can't attract even an engineer. They can't attract even a senior management in the municipality that will be able to help the situation in that regard. And I will join those who said, what about us allocating funds? I'm aware that the Constitution in terms of Section 214 envisaged that local government will also generate their own revenue. And I will come to what the Deputy Minister spoke about in terms of rates and taxes vis-a-vis the SEZ. Now, these municipalities in the most rural, they have got a tiny township there. They make sure that the rates are so high so that they can be able to survive. And that is what I want to ask, what is it that we are doing in order to change the funding model as said by the executive mayor of in Mpumalanga? The second thing I wanted to ask is the Deputy Minister, if I'm not mistaken, for electricity, if I'm not mistaken, spoke about the resetting of electricity meters, that it should be, but there's a cutoff date somewhere in the mid of November. I'm the MEC, I repeat, I'm able to sit with municipalities and municipalities are accounting on how far are they resetting so that we can be able to know that come November, we don't have communities and people who can't be able to access electricity, and we have got our own intended load shedding when we have successfully dealt with because they can't access electricity. I did not hear anything speaking about that. DM, you spoke about LED strategy that local municipalities, and I think you advance. When you do assessment within municipalities, before you can even talk about LED strategy, you may not even have functional LED units. So to talk about a strategy when there's no unit, it's something like it will never come. Now, in some municipalities, you find that an LED unit is meant by one person. His or her work is just to make sure that maybe in the town, how many small businesses are there and all sorts of things. Now, I want to hear from the DM, what is it that we are trying to do to capacitate municipalities in order for them to have a LED strategy that would be known by DTIC so that they can be able to support, so that they can be able to make economy in the municipality so that they can thrive. Lastly is the issue about the rates and taxes he spoke about. That municipalities are not necessarily encouraging economic growth because their rates and taxes are increasing like it's inflation. But the same municipalities, they may not necessarily wait today in order to invest for tomorrow so that they can be able to survive. They must survive today. And they see rates and taxes as it is envisaged in Section 214 of the Constitution that they should be able to raise their revenue. And how do we balance that? Because if they say they will want to invite and make sure that they enable economic growth by bringing investors, they are collapsing themselves now because they don't have funding. Those are the issues I wanted to raise, but I'm reluctant to ask the Deputy Minister Stolle. She spoke about the rural economy and the township economy, but I'm not hearing how are they trying to support this rural economy. We just hear this, and it's good when we are sitting here, we hear her speaking about this. But if you can, like others were doing, give examples on how are they trying to support the rural economy. I'm from a province which is almost 90% rural, and people are trying left, right, center to have their business, but the support they were supposed to get from small business, I don't see it. Thanks very much.
Thank you, MEC. Number 8 or 9? 9.
Nine.
Nine.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say thank you to Honourable Modise. That was one of my questions, is the collaboration between the Department of Education and DTIC. This has been on the table. You yourself served in that cluster last term, and we've been speaking to this on various occasions, and nothing gets done. So, Honourable Godlimpi, if we could have a look into that, it would be great. And then also to the DTIC, in 2021, government planned to mobilize 1 trillion in financing from the private sector through an infrastructure fund over the next 10 years. All right, we are now in 2024. It is 3 years down the line. Could we possibly be given information as to how much has been mobilized? And then with regard to de-risking infrastructure investments by the private sector, what measures has government put in place to ensure that these de-risking measurements are in place, and has these measurements seen any change or assistance? And then I'd also like to speak to the acceleration of scaling of blended finance. Are we at this point in time looking at the dual approach, and are we looking into moving private capital principally flowing to metros and not to the rural developments? Because you always see money invested in our metros, but you see nothing going to our rural communities, and this is where the biggest number of unemployment is. So if we could just get something to that effect from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sonia.
Sorry, Chair. I have no doubt you know her. Can you please help us, those who don't know her? Thank you.
Sorry about that. My name is Sonia Boshoff. I am a permanent delegate from Mpumalanga.
Yes, you wanted to hear that. Number 10.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Pat Sibande from Mpumalanga, a permanent delegate. Ungolele Chairperson, ngizobuza ngesilungu nangesizulu. Ne-comment as well. A Chairperson from Minister of Public Works, ngine worry about the issue of illegal. I mean, ngocala ngama construction mafias.
My humble and sincere apology, Honorable Sibande. The proposal is that for those that are not here, who might be requested to respond to questions, if it could be put in writing, we'll definitely ensure that they are forwarded to them. I'm raising that point because I see the Minister of Public Works is not here. So I think the logical approach should be, let's put it in writing, it will be forwarded to him. Thank you.
My request, Chairperson, I thought preparing you'll note it from the other side. I don't expect he respond now. But the issue of construction mafia, already it has been identified. But what do we do? Because I was going to request that we must have a policy how to deal about that matter so that we can discipline people who are supposed to be disciplined. Then also, the Minister of Public Works being worry about this thing of our buildings. Lawa are occupied illegally so. Because simple,
I've thought that the public works must do its work to finalize the audit of buildings which are belonging to the government. So that if in case of emergency, like a few days ago, we're told that in the news, there was a building which burned down in Joburg with people, and then at the end, the finger is pointed to government, while some of the buildings doesn't belong to government. So at the side of the buildings, on side of government, they must finalize their audit about the buildings which belongs to government. And then we also would Babu Matale. Babu Matale, may you please assist us? You see, we are so lucky in South Africa because we don't have earthquakes. But I'm scared. Very soon we are going to experience an earthquake because of illegally mining. I'll put an example. If you go to Pilgrim Rest in Mpumalanga, and then go to Nhlazatshe, go to Secunda, as far as Epinoni. And these people are demonstrating. They are not scared of anything. Daily so. What do we do? What is the role of the police? Senzani. Because I believe that within the police, there are a lot of structures involved in terms, including you see, the people who are getting in who are giving them information with what is happening with those people. And then also, which is worrying me, Chairperson, I was going to request something with DP, but number one, or before we figure with DP, let me go to the electricity. We're still happy, everybody's clapping hands that it's about how many days without any load shedding. But the reality is this, there is a quite difference between a long term and a short term. For short term, we're still enjoying. But what about long term? If South Africa in the past was able to produce the yellow cake for different reasons and sell it to some of those countries during the war seasons, why don't we build another nuclear power station, not for that purpose, but for the purpose of electricity? Because I know very well that they've said that a nuclear power station to build it, it is very much expensive. In particular, inland, you can't build it, but they need to be built along the coast because the issue of cooling system, they consume a lot of cubic liters of water. Therefore, why don't we, and when are we going to start to think about that option? Because our power stations are aging, and also the resources underground is finishing. And then also, good DP, guys, saying good DP, what I was going to request on a serious note. You see, I'm a little bit concerned, I'm a little bit worried, Chairperson, about the role which is played by DMV. The DMV started a process which was gazetted by then, I don't know now. General Mashwali. That process started correctly by verification. They went to KZN, they went to Gauteng, and they end up, if I'm not mistaken, Limpopo. They promised to come to other provinces, of which that thing never happened. I request that thing to be relooked again, because in the past we were told that the previous DM at DP was in charge, was going to take care of that. Unfortunately, it never happened. Because I'm scared of one thing, some of these people are old, by a Shona, they don't get what's supposed to, what is due to them. And I'm requesting with that one, is to me is very, very frustrating, and because some of these things are because I think very well that South Africa is not a Baltic state or federal state. It is a unitary state. But unfortunately, some of the things are happening in other provinces. Some of the things are not happening in other provinces. I'm requesting that would learn to Melianzek. And lastly, UDP spoke about the issue of, he was encouraging that Mele City in a township so that everything is all right. But my worry is one. As long as policy issue of littering, that's where there's a problem. We must have a policy with the issue of littering. If no phone police said that bavele sizobakhuza sobakhulumisa ngoba ukungcwala kugcwele ema-township not ema-towns. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Sibande. It was number
11. I'm number 11.
yeah, 11. I think you are the last one on the side, Honorable.
Last one.
Mokwele.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm going to sweep. Thank
No,
you.
on this side. Number 11, yeah.
Honorable Chair, I am Nolubabalo Mzinga from the Economic Freedom Fighters, representing the Eastern Cape, the home of legends. My first question goes to Honorable Minister Ramakgopa. Minister, you recently mentioned that a significant discovery was made by your good self regarding the absence of a master plan for the district development model to ensure proper coordination. Considering your experience from being a mayor to holding a position in India and now current high-level role, shouldn't the establishment of such a master plan have been a priority from the onset? Minister. Given this discovery comes 30 years into our democratic journey, could you clarify what framework or plan has been guiding the department's efforts all this time? Because given the experience that you have, it builds a big concern, because even master plan uzawuza nayo sayithemba njani into yoba izawusebenza xa wothuke after such a long time. Ndifuna ukwazi nje beniseba mhlawumbi ikhona into endingayiqondiyo. Then umbuzo wami wesibini uya kwi-Statistician General of South Africa. Thank you for explaining why South Africa is the most unequal society and apartheid laws that still influence us today. Given your role in providing data that shapes policy, what do you believe should be the first priority to address this inequality? And what immediate action should be taken? Owesithathu uya ku-Deputy President, but since engekho ndizawugqibela ngayo. Ms. Tanya Cohen, National Plan Commissioner. Ms. Cohen, your presentation was detailed on most topics, but when it came to human settlement, you were brief, merely stating that it must be taken into serious consideration. Given that this is a critical crisis affecting our people, impacting their dignity, safety, and equality of life, could you elaborate why it was addressed so briefly? What is the plan to resolve this urgent issue? And how you ensure it receives priority it desperately needs? Question 5 goes to Deputy Minister of Electricity and Energy, Minister Graham Murray. Deputy Minister, you mentioned that we will not be sourcing gas from Mozambique, but instead from Qatar. Could you clarify the reasons behind this decision, given Mozambique's proximity and advantages as a supplier? Because Mozambique Qatar. I don't understand. You can't just come to us and just tell us, no, but we're not going to get gas anymore from here. We're going to get it from far. When we look into the budget, we're like thinking, how much will we be spending? So I think we need clarity on that. Thank you. And this is Deputy Ministers Uzuko Kodlimbi. Tata, Honorable Mhlonitshwa. uthethe kamandi kodwa lento uyithethileyo namhlanje kudala siyiva. Wenza umzekelo apho nivela khona e-Eastern Cape wasixela nge-IDZ babefana bingaphi ngasemdantsane ngaphiphi. Now ezi implementation ubuthetha ngazo phatata ngicela ubuza into yoba ziza kwenziwa nini and how. When I do my calculation, it says that we have 4 years and 6 months. Now to implement something in government, it doesn't just take a day or 2 days. So when I was calculating, but ezi zinto usithi ziza kwenzeka nini, can we get dates? But in the next 6 months, in the 2 years, we're gonna start eNgcobo, we're gonna start there and there. When, where? Yeah, even asifuni lip service apha tata simela abantu bethu. Enye into ke tata endingayi-understandiyo into yokokuba umi apha wathetha kamandi kodwa kusekho amatyotyombe. Uthini ngamatyotyombe, uthini ngabantu bethu, because yonke le nto ubuyithetha apha ibimandi ibintle kodwa ayithethi ngaba bantu basivoteleyo sonke apha sizeziphathe. Uthini ngamatyotyombe, asafuna ntoni amatyotyombe nge-Afrikaans as black aces. Who come at ons black aces till today? You want to understand that because the department yakho le theni singaqali ngezi zinto kanye ngaphandle koba mhlawumbi ikhona into singayiqondiyo, mhlawumbi i-tourist attraction ubukhethe wathetha into yoba we need to do international, there's international demand, umuntu uzawuhlala i-SMME if akwenziwa olu hlobo nolu hlobo. Andiyazi noba mhlawumbi xa uthetha nge-international relations ufuna abantu ba-overseas bazobona indlela esihlupha kangayo, kuthe ungaqala kulungiswe kuqala la matyotyombe amagali, so that naxa uthetha nge-international relations ne-investment aba bantu bayazi into yoba nina kuqala nibajongile abantu benu. Ku-Deputy President uTata uPaul Mashatile naye uthethe kamandi kodwa kum yi-lip service yonke le nto beyenza apha. Honorable Deputy President, given your emphasis on strengthening coordination across government spheres, how will your plans address urgent issues like service delivery, housing, and economic inequality? After 30 years, our focus is supposed to be on radical economic transformation, especially after we heard Stats say that ndoba African people, 80% of them are the ones that are poor. But when the Deputy President comes here, he talks about cleaning cities, protecting fee crises. What is causing this protection fee crisis? Uyayiva tata? So ndiyacela torho Tatu Paul Mashatile ndoba ungasiniki lip service man tata, usixelele ndoba njengoba usithi uye eLimpopo uyokwenza ntoni eLimpopo, uzawuthini, kuzawuphuma ntoni apho? Asifuna umamela into yokokuba wena uzawuimplementa uphinde wathi ndoba we must ensure a new culture. What is this new culture? You cannot leave us here guessing in this house, the second highest house, the supreme house. So we are going to be left guessing. Thank you.
Thank you.
The supreme house. Thank you, colleague.
You are 12, ne? Okay, that's 12, yes.
Thank you, Chief Whip.
Honorable members, we said questions that are posed to
I'm asking
members that are not here. Can you please forward them to the table so that at least we're able to refer them to the panelists that are not here? My apology. You can proceed.
Thanks, Chairperson. Ndingumandisa Makesini, a permanent delegate from Free State. My question yami iyaku-DG education. Sicela a list outstanding school, the math school, if we can get, so that class visitayo sine-provincial week in provinces, we are able to trace and observe nathi as in achievement, as abasiqabileyo nezibangasiqabanga. Esibini, in Botshabelo last month, Itato Secondary School, there were protests. Bekhala ngesikolo dilapidated, and the parents they would say abantwana bangayi esikolweni. I want to check ukuthi esa sikolo siseBotshabelo siphathi outstanding, or what is the plan ukuthi nesa sikolo siseBotshabelo silungiswe so that abantwana bethu xa baya esikolweni notishara bafundisela abantwana kwindawo esafe. because ndiva ethetha ngeprovince kakhulu, Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and partly of Limpopo, but it's quiet. I fika kwizikolo ezidilaphilated like areas fana ne-Free State. Then eyokugqibela i-issue ku-DM wamapolisa. I-strategy abaza ngazo, really they are very good. But I'm worried, ngathi kunesi strategy si-ignora abantu abasebenza emaplasini, that they are missing. Kuthiwa ize umuntu lahlekile, like what happened recently in Limpopo, employer uthe abantu balahlekile abafabile, they were looking obazali babo. Only to find out they were killed by the same farmer, then wabanike umzimba wabo, wanikeza ukuthi mabadliwe zihagu. So what strategy are they doing, especially to the workers as a farmer? Because if since there's a trend of these people like killing their employees, then but balashekile, the next thing but badliswa ihagu, ezihagu, emaplasi nabo. Benza nokwasi even the doubt engakwazi ukunyama ihagu gogo. Because ngoku abantu bayimsebenzini babulawo. So we need to have a strategy kucheck kwezi farms, especially apho umuntu wayesebenza khona. If it's missing, kungenwe deeper because maybe kunama grave kwezo farmers zonke ezikhona kwezo areas. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Makasedi. 13. No. It's Honorable, yeah. Honorable Makate.
Where do I press here, Chief Whip? Okay, thank you very much. The chairperson of the session was also the Chief Whip of NCOP. First and foremost, let me appreciate the invite. My name is Bulani Queen Mohatle Twani, residing in Kuruman, residing in Jontaulo Gaetsewi District Municipality. Without any further ado, Chair, good afternoon to all the honorable members. All protocol observed. Chair, there was a presenter who said that we need to be realistic and practical. So I'm going to try by all means to be practical, meaning that I'm not only here to question the presenters, but also to appreciate. So I'm in agreement with you to say that we got more than we have bargained for. It is quite insightful, the presentations that we got, and some of us from the local sphere of government read this kind of presentations because we are also here to learn. So being practical is to also say that because we are in a planning session and we are so appreciative, we are saying that all of us, we are coming from the local, from the national and provincial elections. Therefore, my interest will be the question to say that, what did the people say? I think that will be the question that we need to pose to ourselves, to say that when we are on the podium, we will say that the people have spoken. Yes, they have spoken, but I think it is high time we implement what they are saying. The reason I'm saying this is because, Chair, for an example, we had presidential impisos, and the people have spoken to say that these are developments that we want. I think when we plan, we need to take stock on what the people have said. That is one of the points that I want to make. Two, to the presenter who was talking about the demographics, I am coming from a rural area where, for an example, you will have a councillor who has 23 villages in a ward. 23 villages. You can imagine if I had to call a community meeting. 23 villages, and these villages are scattered. Of course, I'm coming from Northern Cape. We all know where Northern Cape, it has a small population, but it's vast. The areas are scattered. So one will ask, why am I raising this? I'm raising this issue because Salga has been very much helpful to us to say that the issue of the funding model of the local sphere of government is critical on the basis here, if I make an example to say that I'm a ward councillor in Gamopedi, for an example, or in Jomorolong, and there is also a ward councillor from the city of Chwaneche. He or she might be having 1 or 2 townships, and you can imagine that particular ward councillor drive it the way it drive it within an area. So what I'm trying to say basically is that the issue of urban areas and the rural areas, we need to be cognizant with that when we plan, when we budget, because where we are coming from in rural areas, we are getting a very serious burden because of this, the scarcity of the areas, actually. The other issue that I wanted to raise, Chair, was the issue of the district development model that I'm so passionate about. And of course, I will have to agree with my leader there to say that this must also be regulated. It can be regulated. Yes, it can be regulated, but we must also understand that we are only not talking about district development model as if we do not understand what is happening in local sphere of government. One of the speakers has spoken about the issue of integration. Now, district development model find resonance in what we call the IDP, because there is absolutely nothing that you can do within this DDM without the IDP itself, which is the Bible of the municipality. I think DDM must also take resonance on that. Because basically we are talking about alignment, integration, and collaboration. And I think somewhere, somehow is what has been happening. But the reason I'm saying this is because you will have IDP roadshows in local municipalities. Immediately after that, you will now have what you call your IDP Lokotla within the district, where you will have all your local municipalities, and when you will have all your sector departments, where you will have to consolidate all the projects. So I'm saying, even if we are talking about the regulation of the DDM, but you must also bear in mind that we understand where the president was coming from with regard to this DDM. And we are saying that the district development model, Chair, it's a way to go. It's a way to go. We only want the understanding and the cooperation of the sector departments. And we also want the cooperation of the local municipalities. Reason being, whatever implementations that we do as the district, we do it within the jurisdiction of the local municipalities. Hence, the IGR meetings becomes very critical on us. Chair, as I'm coming to an end. Yeah, I want to also appreciate the select, I believe is the select committee of minerals, yeah, land and minerals resource. Yes, they were in our district last year, I believe. Thank you very much, ma'am. I can see the leader there who was leading the team. Thank you very much from the 6th administration, of course. So we are looking forward for follow-up meeting with you as the select committee, because when they were there, Chair, they were talking about the issues of the, what can I say, how do I put it? Issue ya gore this mines, how do they have to support us as the local municipalities? But I don't want to talk about that also. I want to talk about the key collaboration and the issue of SLP, to say that the select committee, batho ba tenegile, community tsa rona di tenegile, di are ga di bone sepe ka SLP. Now, what we are saying ke gore, for us, re bone the positive impact ya di SLP tsa rona, ke gore we need cooperation between ourselves and the mines. Mo e leng gore this SLPs, if e ka tsenngwa mo basketing A1, rana le di ra implementa this district development model, rana le what we call high impact projects, so that people can see gore SLP e ka nnete ya re berekela. It's basically what we are saying, but the emphasis that we are making is that we all understand and we know gore we are a mining town in Kuruman. And the contribution that these mines are making, in fact, the district itself, with regard to the issue of gross domestic product in our district. But when we go to our district, you'll find out that we still have a huge lag. We still have a huge lag. So I'm saying when we
Thank you,
the
Mayor.
yeah, that is the last one, Chair. The last one, I'm sorry about that. The last one, Chair, to the Deputy Minister, I think it's small business. Kukile a bua ka matsebetsebe a go supporta manufacturing business. Ne ke re Minister ra ko district municipality ya rona re na le re manufacture di bricks. So we will need the support of the department, simply because this manufacturing ya di bricks re dira issue ya revenue enhancement le go supporta di local municipalities. Because when Minister Senzo last year, when he was in our district, he said we must not rely on grants. We must not be happy to say that we are grant dependent. So I'm saying we'll also need a support on that. Lastly, to the states.
Thank you, Mayor. Members are saying that you are taking advantage of the chair now.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mukweli on the back.
No, thanks very much. Chair.
Honorable members, can we look? We said 3 minutes.
No.
We said 3 minutes. Now the biggest problem is that preambles sometimes then delays your ability to get to the point. Thank you.
No, thanks very much, Chair. My name is Malsela Mukweli, permanent delegate from Limpopo. I'm going to be less than 3 minutes. I'm not going to be long. Chair, first and foremost, let me join others by welcoming all presentation presented since early in the morning, even if it was the longest presentation ever for us to talk to. But Chair, like I said, I'm not going to be long. I just want to raise only just 2 concerns, because I'm going to agree with the previous speakers that today, Chair, we are in the 3-sphere planning session at the very highest level, whereby the national and the province and the local, they are together. But my concern, Chair, is that we didn't start where the bus stop. Remember, Chair, in all spheres of government that I've mentioned, the bus stop at the local sphere of government, whereby, in fact, my wish was to say the president of Salga was supposed to start, so that whatever debate that we are going to enter into, we are going to be relevant. Because, Chair, I want to align myself with the third speaker, the third speaker and my MEC of Coxstar in Limpopo, when he was talking about what is feasible at that level. Especially us, those that we are coming from the rural provinces, as I've indicated even previously, on the issue of the funding model. I mean, the way we are funding, in particular, the rural provinces, indeed, we are not going to be able to go where we want to go. Last time, I've raised the concern, Chair, about the issue of that, the issue of DORA, the Division of Revenue Act, whereby the way we are sharing the resources of the country to the provinces, we'll have a problem. When they were presenting here, Chair, they indicate the issue of inequality. Because if we are not addressing DORA, honorable members, we are not going to be able to deal with the issue of dealing with inequality in the country. So that is why I'm saying I want to align with the MEC of Coxstar when he was saying that whatever we can say there, if we are not capacitating municipalities and make sure that all our municipalities in the country, in particular the rural municipalities like where I'm coming from in Limpopo and other rural provinces, we are not going to get where we want to get. And then lastly, Chair, I also want to agree with the Deputy President, Honorable Paul Mashatile, when he was indicating that we must make sure that this thing of the DDM, we make sure that it's working. Because the way we are planning as the government, yes, at the national government, provincial government, and everything is fine. But the way we are not coordinating everything from local government up until the local government, because the local government is the whole face of service delivery. If people that are complaining with police, Honorable Matal, they will go to the local government. If people that are complaining with education, they will go to local government and so forth. So we must make sure that we capacitate local municipalities. That is where we will make sure that we achieve what we are here for, which is the three-sphere planning session. That is what we are here today. But tomorrow, Chair, I'm proposing that when we'll be proceeding, let us try not to bring all the presentation. Make sure that we present, we can bring just 2 presentations, then we start to debate. Because the reason why we are here, honorable members, is to make sure that we are providing solutions. We are not here to ask each other, because this is the very strategic level where we must provide solutions, not to ask amongst ourselves, what are we going to do and what else? And thanks for the time, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we go to the next the next question, please?
15.
15.
Yeah, Chair.
15.
Yes.
Okay.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me also take this opportunity to thank the invite. Let me not repeat, because some of the questions have been already asked, but let me appreciate Salga for championing the interests of local government in this level, because I believe if they did not play the role, we wouldn't have been sitting here as the 3 phases of government planning together. Now, Chair, mine will just be a comment, because most of the questions have been asked. Mine is to appreciate the efforts that we see that the NCOP has been trying to do to make sure that we speak from one hymn book as a 3 phases of government. Because I believe, my name is Nondumiso Boda, I'm the executive mayor of Francis Bar District Municipality in the Northern Cape, in the capital city, Kimberley. Chair, mine will just be an emphasis that the chair of the house alluded after the Deputy President have spoken. When he put an emphasis that we need to align the district development plan, one vision, and also put an emphasis that we need to join integrated development, budgeting, planning, and implementation. Now, this can only take place, as one of the speakers have spoken, that we need to have a time frame. We need to review the MFMA, we need to review the PFMA, we need also to review the white paper itself, so that it then speaks to this current situation that we find ourselves as a local government. Now, mine is just to appreciate the efforts that is being taken, that at least our challenges as local government is starting to get direction through SALGA. We really need to applaud SALGA. We are paying our levies, not mahala. They are a union that seeks to assess the local government in terms of how we should then be utilized. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleague. That was a good example of keeping to time. Could we have the next? I think it was Honorable Farmer. You have your 3 minutes.
Chairperson, if you enforce the 3-minute rule, it will be grossly unfair. I, however, will be quick. My name is Bino Farmer. I'm a permanent member residing in the Western Cape. Your host, and I'm not sorry for you being wet this morning. We need the water and the rain. Chairperson, when my party campaigned for the national elections, we had a slogan saying was Baizani. Now, loosely translated, that means we are unwavering. And I think the executive coming here to do presentations should get the message loud and clear. We are not here to waste each other's time here. The time of sitting around, sleeping, doing nothing, not in the 7th Parliament. We are going to work here. To come here saying like small business development on the program, I think it's a 6th bullet saying interventions towards regulatory amendments to cut red tape. The words used sound like it's another 5-year project. We don't have time for that. We need the red tape to be cut, not interventions to regulate, then to cut. I'm saying again, ons Baizani. The language we are still using sounds very much the same as all the previous terms. Yet we are in the 7th Parliament. We are at a time where we now have a GNU. We have all these collaborations and working together, but we're talking the same talk. We're saying the same things we said before. And we should stop. I expect, Chairperson, that when we do planning and when we construct our work, there should be time frames connected to it. There should be clear and decisive time frames. When are we going to deliver this and that and the other? Now, when we've raised the issue around Abduliki, the foreigners opening up shops in all our communities, in every street, basically. The answer we were getting from the minister was that there are restrictions on the visas. People should not be allowed to trade because their visa doesn't allow that. Now, my question to the law enforcement departments then is, Why is those not enforced? When our people go and try to put up shops, they need to run around with loads and loads of forms and loads of regulations and stuff that they need to adhere to. But when ability arrives, tomorrow there's a shop. Why is the laws not enforced if we have them? Now we hear quite a lot about how the Department of Education will deal with pit latrines. It sounds like the in thing nowadays to talk about pit latrines. Pit latrines only need one decision and eradicate it, point blank. We don't need to discuss it in each and every presentation we need to hear about. We're going to deal with pit latrines. There's so much there, there's so much there. Just get it out of the way. I've just received now a letter issued today by the Western Cape Education Department, the head, saying or announcing the reduction of educator post allocations by 2,407, going in from 1st January 2025. Education guy here talked about latrines. The Western Cape Education Department is already saying our numbers in our classes is going to increase because they cannot employ more teachers. Now, already the 7th Parliament is going backwards. And that's not what we want. That's not why we're here. That's not why we're sitting with the GNU. Oh, GNU. We are sitting with the GNU because our people out there need us and they need us now. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead. You first. Yeah, sure. Okay.
Thank you very much, the chairperson of the session. I am Desbo Mohono, special delegate from the Northwest, the Speaker of the Northwest. Chairperson, I think there's always the first time. And the session we were invited to says 3-sphere planning session. And that is why all the 3 spheres of government are here. And as Parliament, we know for a fact that you are lawmakers. So it's important that as we deliberate, we are listening to the executive in going back and look at our laws, whether they are fit for purpose for the era where we find ourselves. Let's avoid making it an imbizo of some sort. I thought I should bring that at first. I said there's always the first time. My wish would be, Chair, when we invite police, we also bring along Home Affairs. Some of the issues that we are raising here, it will be good if also Home Affairs was part of our session so that when we talk to police, we are also talking to Home Affairs. I'm saying this, I'm from one rich province, but very poor, the poorest of them all, the highest in terms of unemployment. Chairperson, it can be correct. A planning commission, you said good things, but they are not working for us. For me, as lawmakers and oversight, it will be important for us to follow up on our resolution. I wish a situation where we speak about mining, we go there ourselves, not sitting in a boardroom. I'm from a community, Bafokeng, in Rustenburg, where we are tortured by foreigners in our own mine. The community don't sleep. Police ended up having nothing to do, and communities are living in fear. That's why I'm saying Home Affairs is supposed to be here. And when you talk about mining, make sure that you go to the mine and you come to us as community. You don't talk about us on a dashboard report, because we feel the pinch every day, Tina, where we come from. why I'm saying planning commission, the Department of Human Resource issue licenses. Who are these people you are giving licenses? Have you engaged the community where they are going to mine in those licenses? They leave this mine vacant. In Dr. KK, we are suffering of the Zamazamas. They kill people every day. Even police are being killed. But you sit in a boardroom and issue license and you don't come down to speak about mining while you are there to see what is it that we are going through as the mining community. The SLA they give municipality, for me, is a joke. Until as lawmakers, we put our foot down to say we can't be a mining country and we enrich other people and we become poor and poorer. We talk of unemployment, but we've got opportunities and we're not utilizing them. The Department of Health will never have get rid of the problem they have if our housing and our community are not served correctly. That's always the first time. Next time when we come, we'll look into this thing and see how best we change on how we do our things in our communities. I thank you.
Thank you very much. There, and then I'll come to you next. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm Joseph H.P. Brits from the Eastern Cape, permanent delegate to the NCOP. Noting that one of the goals today is the delineating key priorities for implementation and oversight by the NCOP in the 7th Parliament, we've heard today a lot about the District Development Model, the DDM. Inter alia, the Deputy President informed us that it is a huge success under his leadership. So I would require the Deputy President to hand over the example where, in which district that is a huge district success in order for us to go and do oversight there. And then we also listened to the Department of Health and the rollout of the NHI. I would like to inquire, should this bill pass the Constitutional Court, at what stage will private medical schemes become obsolete? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next presenter.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm not going to have a preamble, but just to say thank you that my colleague here from the PA, Honorable Farmer, has conceded that the GNU is going backwards. That is a powerful political statement. Chair, having served for quite some time on local government level, and also as chairman of the Municipal Public Accounts Committee at the District Municipality in the Garden Route, we have found a lot of loopholes in some of the legislation existing at the moment, i.e. your MFMA, your Structures Act, your Systems Act, and so on. And many of these pieces of legislation are open for abuse by top brass in municipalities. And they write items in such a way that you cannot pick up the corruption and the irregularities. One of the examples is the delegation of who must decide, for instance, on the urban edge. I want to make this example so that you can understand. Many of the towns are surrounded by an urban edge, and that urban edge for change, when they need to amend or change the urban edge, there's a lot of opposition because just outside the urban edge, there's a lot of farms, huge, vast pieces of land, which farmers don't want development on, but those pieces of land are laying bare in any way. Nothing is happening to those pieces of land for many years. In the meantime, in your urban space, it's cramping up, and people start to live in backyards, in outbuildings, and so on. And pieces of land are available, but your municipal councils refuse to lift, for instance, the urban edge. Now, I'm saying this because that power is in the hands of the municipal council, which we feel should not be in the hands of the municipal council. If it's abused, it should rather be centralized either by your provincial departments or by your national departments. And this is a massive point, huge point that I make, particularly in the context of the Western Cape, where people are living in squatter camps en masse and in backyards, and huge pieces of land are vacant and empty. Then, Chairperson, on that same issue, for instance, the standoff between district municipalities and your local governments, your local councils. You have a situation in George, for instance, where the district municipality has approved a housing development scheme of approximately 400 units, where your local municipality says, no, we oppose this on grounds of infrastructure development and so on. That thing is coming on for the last 3 years now. People are on the waiting list, and there's a standoff between two municipalities, and you need urgent intervention in that regard. If you talk about small business and small business development, 3 years ago, the president of this country has announced with great fanfare that red tape will be reduced when it comes to small business, and everybody, even myself, were clapping hands, but we're still dealing with red tape in our cities, where people are denied opportunities to start businesses and to acquire land in that regard. So to the Department of Small Business, this is a critical issue to us, particularly in the Western Cape. I think sometimes we make the mistake.
Honourable Member, can we get to your question? Because the red tape issue was raised by Honourable Farmer. I don't want to cut you short, but there are presenters that want to leave, their flights to catch and so on. So please, let's try and keep it a bit short.
I'm coming to the question, sir. I'm coming to the question. So I don't know why such a lot of objection now that I speak. The red tape issue must be addressed because in the Western Cape, colored people are not afforded the opportunity, and black people are not afforded the opportunity in any town in the Western Cape to do business in this province. And this is a problem, a massive problem to us. Unless they go to town to rent some buildings at expensive prices, they can do business. To the Deputy Minister of Police, let us just express disappointment in the fact that a different approach is applied when it comes to fighting gangsterism in the Western Cape. Gangsterism is gangsterism in the entire country, crime is crime in the entire country, and there should be a national strategy and a national approach to fight gangsterism and crime, and it should not be made an exception when it comes to the Western Cape. The Western Cape is not a homeland on itself, and the Western Cape cannot devolve power, policing powers. We have discussed it on the political level already, and we should not have a different approach. And just lastly, there's a school in Packersdorp to the Education Department. The Packersdorp High School, Packersdorp Senior Secondary School, is the old apartheid name, Senior Secondary School. That school is dilapidated for many years. Many applications have been submitted to the Western Cape Education Department. Our children are sitting with open windows, with holes in the walls. Nothing is being done by this department. We ask for urgent intervention in this regard. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. And now I'll take the last one.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Patrick Mabilo. I'm a permanent delegate of the Northern Cape. Chair, I just want to start by saying my colleague must relax. The GNU is going nowhere. It's intact. It's cold outside. Thank you very much. Chair, we know that my two questions will be to the DM of Transport. We know that transport is the heartbeat of the economy. Even the NDP is also envisaging a type of transport that is reliable, efficient, timeless, and cheap. The key question is that studies have been done. The majority of the working class and the poor rely on public transport. The question is, DM, when are the trains moving? Passenger rails, especially between Kimberley, Johannesburg, and Cape Town. The infrastructure is still intact. When are we ensuring that there are passenger rails, train moving. That's the first one. The second one will be coming from a province that is endowed with natural mineral resources that are transported from the Northern Cape to other destinations by means of trucks. And these trucks are damaging our roads. The question is, when are we implementing the program from road to rail? The last question will be to the DM of DTCI. I was very fascinated in terms of your presentation around beneficiation. Coming from a province with the best minerals, iron ore, manganese, diamonds, all of them transported outside the province. Province is a point of extraction. The question is, how then does your ministry and department collaborate with the province to ensure that at least we accelerate beneficiation? Simple and straightforward. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much.
All
right, now we'll have responses. I think we're going to start with all right, okay. I've been overtaken by the people that are here in front. All right.
After me. Is this
Right, go ahead, the Deputy Minister.
Is this agility we're talking about? You jump. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I should start off by saying, Chair, to Honorable the Mayor of Nkangala, MEC of Kokta in Limpopo, and Honorable Duba on the local government funding issue. I think we are all saying pretty much the same thing. That things as they are, the local government is unsustainable. Not because it's the fault of local government, but because the funding model itself is badly structured. And Honorable Tuba, I was not saying, so for the point you are making about other spheres of government not paying, that's part of the problem. You can't have one government system, one state, but we're owing billions of debts to each other. We can't solve the ESCOM debt problem on the part of local government, but not solve the fact of national government owing local government. It's part of this thing that I say we all need to sit down and discuss it. Why, when we're allocating money to local government and to national government departments, it does not include settlement of previous debts as part of that allocation as a once-off exercise? So we agree on that fact, that we need to sit down and discuss this thing, because as what the MEC was saying, then local government is left with no choice but to raise basically rates in order to stay afloat. If they don't do that and they are owed, then the whole system collapses. It's a problem. And again, if you look at the 1998 white paper on local government, it seems to me the understanding was that capabilities are going to be built at local government level to drive local economic development. That's what is in the white paper. But the institutional evolution of local government left that behind. That is why the MEC was talking about, before you have an LED strategy, you need to deal with the unit itself. What's there? Who's there? How many people are there? Fortunately, I used to work at Kokta, so I know how bad the situation is. Sometimes, you sit and you are trying to work around the plans of a municipality and you ask for the LED strategy. It doesn't come. When you get to the municipality and find out what's the problem, there's nobody there. There's only just a manager. Who are they working with? Nobody knows. When councils are doing budget allocations, they don't proceed from an LED strategy. They're just doing it as it happens daily. So that's why I was saying you need all of us to sit down to have a real discussion about what gaps exist, including in legislation. The backseat that the LED function takes when we deal with the budgeting process, we need to close it as well, so that we handle this problem. I agree, Honorable Mudise and Honorable Boshoff. We take that as it is. That proposal it's correct. If we have SEZs and there is no school as part of the skills development pipeline, then the equation is not complete. It's a fair proposal. I think we're going to have to sit down with the Department of Education and work around that issue. And the school does not necessarily need to be inside the SEZ itself. It just needs to have an education program that is related to one SEZ or the other. So that including saying every school holiday, the kids must go there to the SEZ. So that by the time they are done with matric, they understand fully what happens there, and the career path that they take in university is related to that pipeline. So that proposal, we take it fully as it is, and we'll work on it. Now, I'm not saying any other day now. Okay, I think Honorable Mtsinga, you forgot. When we came to the budget vote, we said, when national government says industrial policy is going to be the plank of statewide policy, it has implications for at least 4 or 5 departments. We said it's minerals and petroleum. We said it's transport. We said it's education for skills development. We said it's energy and electricity, because all the things related to industrial policy are transversal. So we need to have a discussion with all of them so that we work together. The reason we asked for condonation from Parliament that we submit our APPs in October was to address exactly this problem. That we came in after the formation of government and were asked to come present APPs in a week. It was humanly impossible for us to take this new mandate into those APPs. So we asked for the condonation so that we do the realignment and come back in October. So the question you were asking, I might as well answer you now. All these it was Eastern Cape xa isithi ndiyakuvuthetha kamnandi uyazi uba urhuqa induku ke ngoku izawutsho entloko. We will express these timelines in the APPs. I can sit here and say, no, next year, I wouldn't be doing justice to it. We are still sitting with government officials to insist that, no, we've got to have these plans and they must be concrete and they must be impact-based. Now, to answer the question about informal settlements, indulge me here a bit. I usually say at home, I'm from Bizana, Ezlalin. There are 8 bedrooms. 8 bedrooms. And the people who are using them there's only 3 of them right now. When we go home in December, we are usually short of 3 additional rooms. So we need 11 bedrooms in total at home. But throughout the year, 5 are vacant. Why? Because all of us live in Gauteng, in KZN, or in Western Cape. There's a labor migration problem. That's what produces the informal settlements. Scores and scores of the people who live in informal settlements have homes elsewhere that are not informal settlements. But because of the economic depravity of the situation in those hometowns, they need to migrate to the big cities. So if our SEZ strategy succeeds as it should, and our industrial park strategy succeeds as it should, it will help us to deal with the informal settlement problem. You will hear it in October as well, how we want to get going towards that. So it's not as though we don't think about the people who are informal settlements, but there's a lot of work that must be done to go there. Honorable Mabilu, how do we plan on collaborating with provinces? It's exactly the point I was making. If we do minerals beneficiation, our best bet will be to leverage the SEZs. And that's where we need to have a discussion properly between provincial government and national government, including local government. How best do we build this capability? We're doing Bukuba in Northern Cape now. The question is, what minerals go into the hydrogen value chain and what do we do about them? So that we broaden the mandate of the SEZ and then its productivity can be greater than what is envisaged. It's going to have to be a conversation that is continuous. And I think this is a good starting point because we're now starting to have this conversation across all the spheres of government to try find a way out of this problem. I must say that Honorable Boshoff, I tried to get you all the numbers that you wanted with the 2021 investment commitments. We actually surpassed the 1 trillion rands target by 1.5. But here's the deal. some of them are at the project stage of development. So it's one thing for someone to say, okay, I'm going to spend 500 million, but the lead time between that coming to life and the commitment is a bit longer. So some of them are going to start kicking in the next year or so, and we'll report on them. But a lot of work has already happened on that front. Acceleration of blended finance pipeline, moving private capital from metros to rural regions is the point that we are making. When I was saying earlier, okay, let me start off with what the Reserve Bank is telling us. The Reserve Bank says gross capital formation in South Africa looks like it is falling, but there's a problem in it. If you look at private sector investment, it's rising. But the problem is that public sector investment is falling. And then when you look at the aggregate, it looks like we are not going anywhere. So when I was saying earlier, if we don't improve government expenditure on social infrastructure, we'll reproduce the same patterns of investment. So private funders will always choose to go to a place where there's water infrastructure, there's transport infrastructure, there's health, there's education infrastructure. And because of South Africa's partial development history, that is concentrated in 5 metropolitan centers. That's the point I was making. So until we as government lead the public investment drive to the abandoned regions, the private sector is going to keep on making excuses as to why they are not coming. So it's part of the things that we need to fix. And this cooperation we're doing is going to have to help us move the needle a bit on that front. De-risking infrastructure investment by the private sector. There's a couple of things related to that. One of them, of course, was it's the security thing. Some of the things that are raised from the police front are related to that. So that's a competency that belongs to police and the security club. But there's a lot of work that is being done there. The activism you see in some provinces where the police are, their grip on crime is a bit stronger. It's really a part of this thing. If we have a country where lawlessness is on the rampage, nobody's going to come in. Nobody's going to build any investment when there could be a thug who comes in at gunpoint and says, I'm demanding 30% of whatever you're doing. So the comprehensive crime fighting strategy that the police force, the police department is pursuing is related to that. The resolution of the energy crisis is another dimension as well to the de-risking thing. And of course, the work that I'm sure Hlengwa is going to explain it, the improvement of our rail logistics is part of that as well. To try and make sure that private investment is sitting in a position where it can be guaranteed. From a law point of view, I think the South African legal system does de-risk private investment, but it's the other connecting services that have been a bit of a problem. And I'm convinced that in no time we'll see a positive turnaround. I hope I've covered all the questions that were posed to me as much as I could in writing them down. The issue about the GNU, I think honorable members must disabuse themselves of this fascination with the GNU collapsing. The GNU is not going to collapse because all of us appreciate that South Africans need us to make it work. And then, of course, the GNU is as useful as all of us are prepared to be useful. We need to commit to it, we need to make it work, and we need to stop threatening each other on the streets that it's going to collapse. But I think so far we are doing very, very well as the GNU. And the GNU, by the way, includes those who are not official members of the GNU because we're cooperating with them here as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I know Honorable Slengwa said that you are here, but she's much closer. Sure, okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm also taking advantage that I'm right next to the podium, so I will move very fast. When I started my presentation, I did highlight that the presentation itself is available and it's 88 pages and it's available to members for details because this platform did not allow for that much detail in terms of the programs that are there. Particularly, let me go straight to the question: how are we supporting rural economy, or how are we supporting rural SMMEs? In the program, you're gonna find all the programs that we are doing. I find that as I speak to people a lot on the ground, they don't even know that the department has got a spaza shop program where they are funding South Africans who are willing or who are entering that space. As you know, it's got other challenges in it where most spaza shops are owned by foreign nationals. Of course, in conjunction with Home Affairs and the police and all that, we have now funded 2,775 spaza shops so far. Now, that is a drop in the ocean in terms of our landscape, but things like this are detailed in the presentation, members, and just go through the presentation to look at it so that you can see the other things. Someone also asked about manufacturing. It's listed, actually, even the programs that we are funding, like clothing and textile, bakeries, confectionaries, shisanyama, cooked food, car washes, and it even outlines how many in each province, so that you can see where are these things in your province, those that are saying, I don't see where these programs are, or the people that have been funded. It will tell you how many in your province, and you will also be able to see the work that the department has been doing. And of course, with the advantages that comes with being in the GNU, you would have noticed to honorable members that are asking about the red tape, that the Western Cape is the only province that has actually managed to reduce red tape to an extent that they are attracting the most investment. They've got the lowest unemployment rate. It is not me, it's the labor force quarterly survey. So I'm talking about figures. I'm talking about figures that are from independent researchers. So what I'm saying is the advantages of the GNU is that policies or processes that might have been rejected in the past can now be integrated. The DA tabled 2 private members' bills. Those that have been here will know that were actually defeated in dealing with the red tape. So we are not talking about the red tape now. Now we are implementing. But at the end of the day, we always need to bring reports. When you bring a report, there is no way that you can remove that word in the report, whether it says a pit toilet or red tape. You can't leave that word out of the report. So you can't expect a member to come and give you a report and say, don't talk about a pit toilet or a red tape. That will always appear because that is what you are dealing with now. The 7th administration is not going to be about talking. It's going to be about doing. Give us a chance to produce the results that you are looking for. When we are going to give reports as from now onwards, 3 months, 6 months, a year, you will be able to say, GNU, now you have been there for a year and you are still talking, you are not doing. That is how it works. Yeah. And as I close, Chairperson, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next to respond is Deputy Minister Slengwa.
Thank you very much, Chair. On a lighter note, when I was growing up, I wanted to be a teacher. So I had assumed that what I had said was so succinct, there was no questions. And then this honorable gentleman here, so I thought it was really great in that. But Chair, look, I think it's 3 things that maybe 4 one would want to respond to. Overall is the broader political question in the country. In that there's a climate that has been created by the election results calling for change. And I'm quite certain all our colleagues in the executive are currently seized with reviews of the APPs in order to be aligned to the key strategic focus areas of the 7th administration, and so far as the medium-term development plan is concerned. And so obviously we're in a mode of recalibrating the kind of work that government will be doing. And so don't subject that process to speculation before it reaches its logical political conclusion. And that political conclusion is that the GNU is here to stay. Because at the end of the day, we have to have a government. Whatever at another level you want to call it, you can call it that. But the bottom line is that if you define yourself outside the probabilities and possibilities of governing, then you are going to find yourself subjected to the realities of opposing for the sake of opposing, even when things are moving. Now that is not progressive. And what we are calling, and this is what we are calling for. Bring solutions to the table so that we can be able to feed into the broader reforms, the ideas that you have. But muhle zemnyango kuyabanda, literally and figuratively, njengoba ubona nje the weather as well. The responses to the issues around Kimberley, PRASA is currently seized with ensuring that long distance lines are recovered. Currently, we're running a line between Gauteng and the Eastern Cape. The future plans are for a line between Johannesburg and Cape Town via Kimberley. We are in the process now, as you know, of the new locomotives. We have just taken delivery of locomotive 200 of the 600 that we have that will be able to run on the lines. And so PRASA continues to be a work in progress to recover it from the two challenges in which it had. One was the COVID-induced realities and the subsequent board decisions where they took out the security from those lines, and then there was vandalism. And of course, then is to ensure that there's the continued upgrade and maintenance of the infrastructure of our railway lines. Amongst others, of course, is reforms in the rail space. As you know, that there are decisions that have been taken around intercity in the buses to make sure that the assets become part of PRASA, part of the long-term plans of consolidating the book. So I'm quite certain that as the work continues of the construction and manufacturing rather of the locomotives at Gibela, you'll be able to see that we are putting more trains on the line. The central line remains a key priority here in the Western Cape as well, and we are progressively moving towards its full operationalization. We obviously understand that time is of the essence, and I can say, Chair, by putting on my hat, my former hat as chairperson of SCOPA in the National Assembly, know the kind of challenges that were experienced by PRASA insofar as that railway line is concerned, and Parliament undertaking no less than 5 visits to make sure that things are done. We are certain that PRASA is turning the corner and will be able to meet the timelines that they have quite quicker than we had anticipated. Then, of course, you raised the fundamental issue of the road to rail. The National Logistics Crisis Committee is precisely in place for that, to ensure that we are able to move goods, services, freights, and logistics much faster, speedily, and efficiently for the purposes of economic growth and development. What we are looking at in the department now is revamping the policy environment in order for us to move in quickly into those spaces. But it's not just road to rail, it's also road to air insofar as showing that airports are not just about passengers. If you look at what happened again during COVID, was we were faced with the reality of a total shutdown of the movement of passengers, but you could still have moved services, you could have still moved goods and logistics. And so we found ourselves flat-footed. And so part of the review of the easing of traffic and logistics on our roads is to ensure that the other modes of transport are actually going to be able to function. We are currently working, towards sorting out the problems at the Durban port, in particular because of the competition we are finding at Maputo and in Walvis Bay. And so we do need to move faster. Of course, you would have heard the president yesterday then sign the proclamation, which brings Transnet to the Transport Department, and that enables for coordination insofar as policy and regulation and implementation governance matters are concerned. All those things are being put in place to synchronize work in the ecosystem of the transport sector. We have to ease the traffic on our roads insofar as the high levels of trucks that you have. But also at the same time, it's about integration and I think small business, electricity. I'll just say one thing that the ESCOM needs to sort out insofar as Gusile is concerned. You have got a power station built on top of a coal mine. but every day 700 trucks are coming into that power station to deliver coal. We need to be able to construct fit for purpose. And so amongst the other things is to say that how do you begin foster the process of extracting coal from where the coal mine is built in order to ease traffic. So there's practical things that can be done. So I think that you can, look at the work that we're doing with the National Logistics Crisis Committee, and I'm pretty certain that the updated APPs that we'll be sending to Parliament will respond to some of these things. But the issue of easing our roads from the kind of traffic that you see remains an APEC priority, even on the basis of dealing with road accidents. And that's why we are currently now setting into motion a review of the National Road Strategy so that we can push down on the 12,000 lives we lose on the road. But at the same time, is that accidents are and have got an economic factor that we are losing about 19 billion rands to the economy because of accidents. So when you speak about the road economy in itself, it's not just about road to rail, but also ensuring that those that remain on the road can be able to make a better contribution to the economy as opposed to them eating away from the economy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. The lady beat you to it, sorry.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. And while everybody's thanked us all so much for the presentations today, I'd really like to thank all of you for hanging in here until the dying minutes, listening to all of us. I'll try and keep it brief. I had 3 questions posed to me. The first question was from the MEC of COGTA, who asked about the smart meters. So effectively what has happened is that a whole host of the prepaid meters that were installed previously, both through Eskom and through municipalities, will reach their end on the 24th of November of this year. On that date, they roll over. What has happened is that we've run out of numbers, if that makes sense. So when you put in your prepaid electricity, there are no more number combinations that we can use. So that is why we're having to recode all of those meters. So Eskom had 6.9 million prepaid meters that they had to now recode. Of those, they've done 6.6 million. So there are 300,000 that still have to be done. And then in terms of the municipalities were responsible for 4 million meters that had to be recoded, of which 1 million remain unadjusted. So what will happen is that when somebody goes to buy prepaid electricity, they will be given a 20-digit code that is on their slip for the first time that they buy after it's been recoded. They input that, and the recoding then takes place. So it's a dual process where Eskom or the municipality do it on the one side, and then the user of the meter will have to do it on the other side. But you'll hear that there are about 2 odd million that have been recoded but haven't switched over. And that's where we're identifying that they're ghost vendors and that there are illegal electricity connections where they're bypassing meters. So while this has been a necessity in terms of the technology, it has also allowed us to identify where there's electricity theft happening, which is a huge issue. So MEC, I hope that clarifies. And then to the member from Mpumalanga, who spoke about the nuclear. So nuclear remains very much a part of our mix. As you'll know, we've just extended the life of Unit 1 of Koeberg for another 20 years because Koeberg is reaching end of life. So it reached end of life on the 24th of July on Unit 1. And next year in November, I think the 9th of November, Unit 2 reaches end of life. We're busy refurbishing Unit 2 at the moment, but we got the license from the NNR to now extend Unit 1 of Koeberg. So that'll run now for another 20 years. And we're in the process of applying for Unit 2 to have an extension for another 20 years. So at this stage, we're looking at about 1,800 megawatts out of Koeberg that will remain in operation for 20 years at least. At Pelindaba, we've got Safari 1, which is very old technology. That's being used to manufacture nuclear medicine. And I don't know if everybody knows, but South Africa still produces 20% of the world's radioisotopes for nuclear medicine. So we're still quite a big player in the nuclear medicine field. That nuclear reactor also needs to be probably decommissioned, although it has had an extension of life. And we're looking at a multi-purpose reactor to go into Pelindaba so that we can up our game in terms of nuclear medicine and nuclear research. But nuclear is unbelievably expensive. So we did put out a call for 2,500 megawatts of nuclear for a new build. So that would have entailed 2,300 megawatts of nuclear power station and then another 2 100 megawatt small modular reactors. So those are your pebble bed modular reactors. The idea being that with those ones, we actually change coal-fired power stations that are being refurbished, and we put in the the small modular reactor, and that then performs the function of the coal-fired power station. What happened was that the process that was followed when this went out into the market was flawed. And nuclear, everybody's scared of nuclear. Nuclear carries this really scary idea. I mean, people think back to the Cold War when we were all going to be, killed in the nuclear bombs that were coming at us. People had fallout shelters. And so nuclear was a terrifying concept. But nuclear is now being redefined as one of the cleanest, greenest energies that can be used. And a lot of the countries are upping their nuclear build. So China is now at the moment building sort of 20-odd nuclear power stations. America's reinvesting in the nuclear space. France is reinvesting in the nuclear space. So nuclear is becoming one of the new energies that is being promoted worldwide. The problem, again, as I say, is the cost. It's very expensive. And we also have to make sure that the fear around nuclear has been addressed. And also the secrecy, because it's one of those energies that people don't talk about and people don't know what's going on. So when the challenge was brought, a legal challenge on the process that was followed by NERSA on the nuclear build, the 2,500 megawatt nuclear build, the minister decided that we would withdraw that nuclear build proposal because of all the issues around it, because of the concerns and because of the legal issues that had been raised. And we will revisit putting that out again into the market. So there's some progress that has been made in terms of identifying sites at Taspunt and at Danafontein. And the EIA has started. So we're in process. So nuclear is not off the table, but for the moment it's being held in abeyance just until we can make sure that we can get all our processes correct and that every single thing we do around a nuclear build is 100% transparent and open. We don't want people talking about, the Russians and, backhanders and all the stuff that sort of was around the last request for proposals. So that's where we're at on nuclear. I hope that clarifies for you. And then the last question that I had to answer was from the EFF member from the home of legends. I too am from the home of legends, so I just thought I'd share that with you. So in terms of the gas, so we currently have an agreement with Mozambique. We source gas from the Pandatamani gas field in Mozambique. It's in the southern part of Mozambique. We have pipelines that run through. We have big gas users in the country that then use that gas. The problem is that gas field is running out of gas. It's not an infinite source. So by 2026, they believe that the gas in that gas field will be depleted and there will be no more gas. Now, there is another gas field in the northern part of Mozambique, but that's where all the fighting has been happening and the ISIS and all the unrest, the civil unrest. So they haven't been able to invest in that area because obviously people don't want to go into an area that's war-torn where they're at risk of dying. So effectively, they haven't investigated the extent of the gas fields in the northern part of Mozambique. We did have an engagement with the Minister of Energy from Mozambique last week, and I did ask him about it, and he said that things seem to be stabilizing and there's a good opportunity that they might actually be able to now go out and have a look and investigate the gas fields there. But for now, that's kind of off the table. Now, we're concerned that if we don't do something now, 10 months down the line is going to be too late. So we have to start making alternative arrangements in order to make sure that our gas doesn't just run out. So we don't have gas shedding like we've had with electricity, and that we have another sustainable source of gas so that we can keep our gas industry going. Because your large gas users, like your smelters, can't use any other source of energy. Electricity, water, solar, renewables are just not strong enough to power their machinery. So gas is the only option at this stage. So we are having conversations with people around how we can import gas. It is going to affect the price of gas, unfortunately. But at this stage, there is no other sustainable source of gas in the area that we can tap into. But it's an ongoing discussion. It's not the end of the story. And as I say, we've still got a couple of years before everything sort of comes to an end. But that's where we're at in the process around the gas. So I hope that clarifies, and I hope I've answered all the questions. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I may say that was a powerful response. Somebody is awake. Wonderful. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you to members of the NCOP for your comments and question. And appreciate the organizers of this event. And I believe that when we have a session like this, it will be much better than what we have here. There have already been some suggestions in terms of how we can improve how we do our things, and I think we are on the right track. I agree with my colleagues who came here to explain that we do have a government, and that government is functional and is very effective, and it's a government that is a product of the outcome that we went through, and it's a government led by the President of the African National Congress, President Cyril Ramaphosa. In it have members of the National Assembly that have been appointed by the President. And they are doing an excellent job, Chairperson. And it is stronger by the day. It is getting stronger by the day. The fact that we are able to come here and respond account to members of the NCOP, it is a testament that we have a functioning and very effective government. And that accounts to you. And we are here so that you can further enhance our capability to work. And we are doing exactly that. The Western Cape is one of the 9 provinces of the Republic of South Africa. We are having this NCOP sitting in Cape Town. And government does its work in the Republic of South Africa, including in the city of Cape Town. And that is how we see it. There is nothing special except that it is part of the Republic. And the city is part of the metros that we have in the Republic. And we had a session this morning led by Minister Mkhunu, together with MEC Marais and the deputy mayor who was acting on behalf of the mayor, Mayor Hel Lewis, whom we met some 3 weeks back to discuss policing matters. We did so in preparations of the program that we are going to have on Friday, where we will be launching a collaborative agreement with the city of Cape Town and the province of the Western Cape, where we are going to combine our resources to fight crime in this part of the country. I want to assure you, Chair, that there is no preference, no extra resource that we are going to bring. We are just going to consolidate what the city has and what the province have with what we have. If you want to scoop beans, you go in with your full hand, you'll be able to scoop beans. So the city alone will not succeed in fighting crime. The province will not succeed in fighting crime alone. So it's national, so we must work together. That's why we are here. But we are not only here in the Western Cape. We have been to the Eastern Cape. We have interacted with OR Tambo district in Umtata, where we met with the executive mayor and the MEC for community safety and transport in the Eastern Cape. And we also went to Gqeberha, Nelson Mandela Metro, where we met with the executive mayor and the MEC of the Eastern Cape province to discuss crime in the northern townships of Gqeberha. We were doing so in line with what we are going to do here on Friday. We are already acting there in Nelson Mandela. We are not planning to go and confront this together with the metro. So collaboration is key, and it's not going to end here. We are taking it to the entire country. I said in my input earlier on here that it's not only the metros where we are going to have this collaborative agreement that we are going to launch here on Friday. I said we'll even go to cities where there are no metros to implement this collaborative approach, because I agree with you, Honorable Gerike, crime and gangsters are not a Western Cape phenomenon. We have them in other parts of the country. They take different forms and shape. So we are responding. I thought I should respond in that manner regarding what you said is a special treatment. It's not. And if there is a need for us to come back and do other things here, we will do so. Not because it's the Western Cape, but because it's part of the Republic of South Africa. We have only one country, and we'll fight crime in whatever manifestation throughout the country. There are other questions that were raised by other members in this regard. One was talking about the issue of protecting farmers. I think it's says Mandisa from Honorable Mandisa. It's just that I didn't, I missed the surname, but there is a surname to the name, yes, about farm dwellers or farm workers who become victims from farm owners. The rural strategy that I spoke to is a rural strategy that also talks to farming communities, including your farm workers, farm dwellers, and farm owners. And we are protecting everybody. If there is an incident like what you allege has happened, we will appreciate to be given information so that we can go and deal with that environment where a farm worker, a farm owner has killed either a farm dweller or one of the people that work for him or her and fed them to the pigs. We have the capacity to investigate such incidences, and appropriate actions will be taken against anybody who will have committed a criminal act in that process. There is an issue raised about IPID. I think it was Comrade Sibande who talked about Pilgrim's Rest and the question of Zamazamas in Mpumalanga. And of course, I also saw a clip, Chair, where they were saying that we're supposed to do a raid and we ran away from doing a raid as police. I want to assure you and the House here that there is no part of the Republic where we will run away from doing an operation as the South African police. Indeed, an incident like what was reflected on TV happened where they discussed about going to Pilgrim's Rest. And I got information from the provincial commissioner because I called and said, what is this thing that I'm seeing, which it is alleged that we ran away? It was clearly communicated that it is not advisable for those people who went there to do what they wanted to do without proper planning. An operation will be conducted in that area as part of Operation Valum Godi, which I mentioned here earlier on when I said we're dealing with illegal mining. And this is an operation which is a multidisciplinary operation involving a number of players in this regard. And we have had successes in parts of the country, in different parts of the country, and Pilgrim's Rest is not going to be an exception. We will go there, we will do what is necessary, we will normalize the environment. Like we have said in our presentation here, that there is what we call ICVPS, which is a broad strategic approach that Cabinet has adopted that calls the whole of society approach to the fight against crime. Because crime, there are causes of crime. Let's deal with the causes of crime. We gave an example of environmental design. Here in the Western Cape, there is a place called Sanitizer and a place called COVID-19. These are informal settlements where you have no proper roads, no proper streets, no lighting. In some instances, you can only access a specific unit if you walk. If you ride a bicycle, you can't. If you are driving, you can't. You must walk. But as you walk, if it's at night, you can't walk because you can't see the palm of your own hand. There is no lightning. That is environmental design. We have had an incident here in the Western Cape where a police officer was killed under a camera, a pole that is supposed to have a camera, but the camera was not working. So environmental design affects our ability to do what is necessary. So that is the strategic document which must be integrated in all national departments, all provinces, and all our local municipalities. I'm happy, Chair, that the Department of Education, Basic Education, when they presented here, they spoke about this document, which means that different departments of government are now integrating and internalizing this approach. And this is the right platform. The NCOP is the right forum, the right institution to championing the integration of this strategy. It's not only the responsibilities of government, but is the responsibilities of the private sector, is the responsibility of every citizen, so that we normalize this abnormal environment that we have inherited. We accept the responsibility that we have been given to deal with the challenges before us. And accepting this responsibility does not mean that we must not explain that we have inherited an environment that is problematic, but is an environment that we are determined to deal with. And as this ministry, we have put in place programs led by President Ramaphosa that answers to the question of stabilizing the country to ensure that the conducive environment is created for all South Africans to peacefully live in this country, and also for investors to come, knowing fully well that their investments will be protected because there is stability, there is law and order. There is a comment by Honorable Duba around the issues of General Boysen, General Mkwanazi. I will not say much about this, but there was a question that says that, of course, it did not explain exactly what is it that the Honorable is talking about. I think is it Honorable Bungama from West Rand District, who was saying the work of police seems there is one range of police doing their work in KZN. We mentioned Mkwanazi, but in Gauteng, they are not doing similar actions. And I was trying to understand what is it that he's talking about. And I did not want to have the responsibility of explaining what he was talking about, because I don't think that is my responsibility. But I think what he is saying, and I think Deputy Minister Ugo Limpi also spoke about that, the issue of firmness, that we must be firm. And I think we are being firm. When we train people at our different colleges to become police officers, they go through different processes. They must be physically fit, and we give them tools of trade, and we make them practice how to use those tools of trade so that they don't injure themselves in the course of doing their work. Just like doctors and nurses are trained and given tools of trade in the form of stethoscopes, in our environment, we give them the younger boy, so that we handcuff you. They handcuff people who have committed crime, but we also give them batons, and we also give them guns. And we don't give them toy guns. We give them guns, and they go on parade after they have passed. Then we say, you have passed. You are police officers. So they go there to work. So as they do their work, the law empowers them. The Constitution empowers them to uphold the law and to enforce the law. Any other person who behaves in a manner that makes it difficult for police to do their work, they must make that person behave accordingly. And the Criminal Procedures Act says you must also use force that is proportional to that environment. And if the person you are going to arrest, the person hands themselves to you to arrest, you arrest and take them to the place where they are supposed to go. And those who engage in a manner that is not proportional with you putting handcuffs on them, you use the proportional force necessary in that environment. We have had instances where people carry AK-47. AK-47 is an assault rifle that kills. If you use that instrument in the commission of crime and police come to you to apprehend you and you use that instrument, the police are issued with an instrument appropriate to respond to that environment, and they must do so. There is no issue about iPad. There is a question raised that iPad is an impediment to police impedes police from doing their work. It's not correct.
As you conclude, Deputy Minister.
iPad is there to enhance and ensure that police become professional in the conduct of their work. And that is what they are doing and nothing else. But if police officers behave in a manner that is not professional, they do things they are not supposed to do, iPad steps in. I think there is a problem of time, and I must accede that we have been given ample time, even though we found ourselves being jittery because time was not on our side. But we want to thank you, Chair, for affording us an opportunity to come and interact with yourselves, but also to thank members for the questions and comments that you have made. We have become wiser out of your comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. And now we'll have the NPC, Dr. Malakwane.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks, Deputy Chair of the NCOP. I think for us, it was mostly comments, but I will address the 2 or 3 questions that we received. There was a statement made about the NDP advocating for demilitarization of the police force. Yes, the NDP does advocate for demilitarization of the police force because we want a professional police force, not a heavy-handed one. Of course, equal force requires equal treatment and reaction, but we do not, as the NPC, believe that police should be militarized. We do not want to kill people. I don't believe that even the officers that go on site and ended up shooting and killing people like that, because then they are unable to deal with the syndicates. When people are dead, they are not able to give you information. Therefore, they are faced with the same other problem, and then they do the same. So dealing with crime requires a multiplicity of actions. It means the crime intelligence must work. The intelligence must work because we do not want to stop crime as it happens, but we would like to prevent crime from happening so that there are no instances of people being murdered in the commission of their crimes. The other one was the aspect of by the presentation done by Commissioner Cohen on human settlement that it lacked detail. The details are in the bigger report, but in a short form, we have the NSDF that we worked on with COCTA that is very detailed as to how we are going to address the special disparities and human settlement as a whole. And by human settlement, we mean where people can live, shop, and work, not just houses, not structures called houses. And I think there was a comment about DMRE and the commission saying many good things, but the implementation isn't really there. as the National Planning Commission, we are advisors. We are not the implementers. So the technocrats remain the implementers. We are just the advisory body to the president and cabinet. And that's why now and then we go review, and then we will tell the presidency that this is where we fell short and this is what we didn't do right. We could have improved or done better here, and this is how we did better. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Molokwane. And now the last to respond, Dr. Crisp.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I know it's a long evening, so I'm going to try and be very short. I was asked two questions, and the first one was about why the NHI doesn't have a budget. Because the NHI doesn't yet exist, it can't be given a budget. So once the Schedule 3A entity is established, it will get a budget. There will be a process where the administrative portion of the budget is moved from the Department of Health, where it currently sits in a branch. You won't need a branch in the department anymore, and that will be a process of a Section 197 labor relations when the time comes to begin to establish the fund. The actual budget of the fund, for the fund to pay out, will come from those 4 areas that are outlined in Section 49. But as I very briefly perhaps skipped over, is they have to be sequenced into budget cycles. So once there's an administrative capability, there are currently 272 billion rand in the public purse, which is this year's budget of the 9 provinces, the National Department, Correctional Services. In that budget is 272 billion. And that money will need to be moved, but not all at once, because the fund won't have the capacity to manage all those services. We'll start with primary healthcare, and it will implement slowly but surely in this period. So I don't think we should be worried that it won't get a budget. It will get a budget at some point. So thanks very much. And I apologize for not being clear in the beginning. Chair, the other question was about when will medical schemes become obsolete? Well, there's no provision in the Act for medical schemes to become obsolete. They will change, like all things change in life, I guess. And what they cover will change as the Act is implemented. So Section 33 of the Act as it stands at the moment says once the fund is fully functional, then medical schemes will offer only complementary health services. So the expectation in the Act is that the Medical Schemes Act will continue to regulate medical schemes, but they won't be covering as much as they cover now. They will just cover whatever is not covered by the fund. I think that will be quite a long time before we get to there, certainly not next year or the year after, and there'll be ample time for debate about exactly how that unfolds. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Crisp. I think, honorable colleagues and invited guests, on behalf of the chairperson of the NCOP and the chief whip, I want to also say that we are very grateful for the presentations that were made before us today. And I think all of you will agree that the information that we gathered and the details were sent to all of us via our gadgets. You'll get the details there. But the presentation that was done really gave us a foresight in terms of how we plan our oversight work going forward. And I think this was a very good starting point for us as the NCOP to look at our planning processes and look at the way forward from here on. I must also thank the Deputy President for making time to be with us, not only for being here with us, but for lending us his support and his commitment that he will support the work of the NCOP, and he will also ensure that the members of the executive will also support the work of the NCOP and cooperate with us. And I think that's a wonderful starting point. I want to thank all honorable members for being disciplined, for remaining in the House up to this time. I know it was a long day, and I want to thank you very much, and we'll see you tomorrow morning, bright and early, as we start the day 2. Thank you very much, honorable members. Travel safe. Thank you.
Recording stopped.